right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. It's Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, and guess what? No, thank you. Guess what? I got a star. Unholy Mayhem. Love to see it. 2 jewels. Thank you, man. How am I feeling? Strange. No GTA 6 pre-orders. Even Best Buy is now a fake leaker. That's right. Best Buy is a fake leaker. Am I still in pain? I am still in pain. Yes, I am in pain. But it's very, I feel strange because like there are things happening that intuitively make me feel like I think I'm getting better, but there's still like, so for example, like if you were to go back and watch one of my streams from like 2 weeks ago, I was obviously still in pain, but my pain was like in my back. And it, maybe it was in like spasm or severe knots, radiating pain, whatever, but it was horrible. Right now, for example, I don't have pain in my neck. I don't have pain in my back. But what I do have is pain in my arm, back here in the tricep, running down, coming over into my forearm. And you know what the pain feels like? It feels like there's a wire, right? Like there's a wire like that controls my arm, and it's being pulled as tight as it possibly can. And it makes it feel like my muscles are like ripping or spasm. I don't know. Like my muscles aren't actually spasming. It's very strange. It's a very strange feeling. It's extremely painful. I like liquids taking over my arm, dude. It's liquid. I should try that. B12, vitamin B12. Thank you. I'll give that a shot. I'll increase my B12. So it's weird because it feels like, okay, well, my pain is moving. I mean, it's like I feel more mobile, like I feel like I can move more, but it's just that pain in my arm now. It's like, I don't know. We'll see. I did go to the doctor yesterday, and the way this is going to work is I'm just going to have extremely conservative treatment. They don't want to do surgery. That's the last thing they want to do. They want to see if my body can heal. And so, it's going to be one of these things where I'm going to have to do everything I can. Take it day by day. Physical therapy. Thank you, Unholy Mayhem. He uses his milestone chat, a member for 22 months. He says, Bubsy 4D this week. Let's go and hope you're pain-free soon, MBG. Thank you. Me too. I may make an attempt this week to try to go back to standing up because I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this today because I know it's getting tired. I'm getting tired of talking about it too. But it does seem like I have tech neck, military neck. It used to be called military neck. Now it's called tech neck. And it is simply from having poor posture, my head being tilted slightly down and forward for years. Some of you guys may be experiencing this now or doing this now and not even knowing it, but it catches up with you. And so the biggest thing I have to do is change my posture. I have to try to get out of pain, obviously, but in order to correct it, the root of the problem, I have to, in the long term, change my posture. So I may make an attempt later this week, set the standing desk up again, and see how that goes. Because I'm getting so tired of sitting on the sofa, dude. Let me tell you. I know it may not seem like it. Maybe it does. I don't know. But I'm tired of sitting on the sofa. So if you sit strangely, you experience pain. Yeah. No MRI. I was a little surprised by that. The doctor doesn't want to do an MRI yet. They want to do steroids and PT. And I don't know. It was a strange visit. I'm not gonna lie. Doctor wasn't bad or anything. I just kind of feel like I'm gonna have to figure this out on my own. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, I'm not gonna go back to the doctor for like another 2 months. And so for me, in those 2 months, dude, I'm just laser focused on I need to do everything I possibly can to see if I can facilitate my body to start to heal and recover. The body is capable of healing. Sometimes it's not, but most of the time it is, you know? You just have to do the right things to allow it to heal. And so I'm really focused on that. And yeah, so we'll see where it goes. I'm just, I'm still holding out hope that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I can report to you guys that holy shit, like I'm feeling much better. Like I really turned the corner. I'm really hoping that's what can happen. But just have to take it day by day. I don't think I'll ever go to a chiropractor, to be honest. Yeah, I'm too scared for that. No way. Well, I'm sure if I go back in 2 months and the doctor is like, how's your pain? And I'm like, I'm still in the same pain. I'm sure they're going to schedule an MRI. But that is crazy. Wow, not really. Is today the day, Sean? You're saying 9 years ago, Chris Cornell left us? Holy shit. 9 years. That's insane. I remember that too. I was driving in my truck and I had found out on the radio and I was like, what? I was totally shocked, man. Yeah, that's crazy. 9 years. Shit. Play some Soundgarden. Put some respect on that name. But I appreciate you guys checking up on me and asking how things are going with this injury situation. And, I'll keep you guys updated. But I'm not going to let it stop me, man. I can't. I'm not going to let it stop me from doing my streams and talking about these topics because God knows the Xbots are out here. They're on their hands and knees. They're begging. Asha, we need the exclusives. What are you doing to us? Meanwhile, Herman, the Herminator. One day he's the villain, the next he's the hero. Herminator comes out and says, I want to announce to everybody, we're going back to PlayStation exclusives. Exclusives are on the docket. Let's go. And then, the buzzard sounds and everybody celebrates and it's good times. Oh, and by the way, we are increasing PlayStation Plus by $1. We'll talk about that as well. Now, we're going to be talking about these topics. I really thought we were going to be talking about GTA, but dude, holy shit. Were we not completely bamboozled? Oh, by the way, shout out to Ray. Ray, thank you, buddy. Where's my... Wrong one.
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
That's for Ray. He dropped 5 member gifts before we even went live. And, I want to encourage you guys, if you want to support the channel, I need the extra support. I ain't going to lie. Just going to be real with you. I need the extra support. I'm having a tough go of it, man. You want to support the channel? I'm going to have medical bills. All right? Support the channel. Become a member. Gift memberships. Let's hit goals. Super chats, direct donations. It all helps. Unholy Mayhem will just not stop. Unholy Mayhem. Stop it. That's not the kind of support I need. Can I add that I broke my back, spinal, Mike Tyson, your soundboard? I should. I broke my back. Spinal. My back is broken. I don't even need to add it. I'll just say it. I've been carrying this PlayStation community. I broke my neck. Yeah, thank you for the jewels on Holy Mayhem. See, we got, look at that. We got Gaming Survivor and then Rich Rod right underneath. Oh, it's almost like they're in cahoots. What's going on? What's going on here? Gaming Survivor, member for 27 months. Thank you for that, man. He says, PC is cooked. Stick a fork in them. These dumb incels. These dumb incels have been saying all games are going to PC. Well, they're never coming now. PC players got humbled by their own stupidity. Wrecked. They got humbled by their own stupidity. I humbled myself in the mirror yesterday. Gaming Survivor, that's funny, but dude, I don't know why. Well, I guess it's because you're a profile picture. Every time I read a chat from you, I just imagine it's Sylvester Stallone, you know, delivering the lines. I am exclusive. Oh, man. Broke back couch. Yeah, thank you. Rich Rod says, I was ran out of the village. I'm back for war. I'll tell you what, man, we're closer than ever to the war coming back. In all seriousness, like, we are close because, dude, you know, the fact that Herman Hulst, and that's the thing here. According to Jason Schreier, for those who are unaware, there was a report a couple months ago, and we covered it extensively. The report from Jason Schreier stated that Sony is pulling back from PC, specifically their single-player games. They're no longer going to release their single-player games on PC. The Saros PC port was canceled. The Ghost of Yote PC port was canceled. And so, apparently, with live service games, multiplayer games, and even partner games, like, for example, Fizzant. Fizzant may be a game that releases on PC. Partner titles, that's going to be up to them to decide. But when it comes to Sony's own studios and their own games that they have 100% control over, as long as they're not live service, they're now going to be true exclusives to the PlayStation console. So they're going back to what they've always done, essentially. They're going back. And, you know, a lot of people didn't believe this report from Jason Schreier. A lot of people were like, well, did Sony confirm it yet? And to be fair, they haven't. And still, Sony has not publicly confirmed it. But now Jason Schreier's reporting a scoop, and I'll read it to you here. Jason Schreier says, scoop, PlayStation Studio Business CEO Herman Hulst told staff in a town hall on Monday morning that the company's narrative single-player games will now be PlayStation exclusive, confirming Bloomberg's reporting from earlier this year. So what makes this so interesting is the timing of it. Herman announcing this for everybody, you know, all of PlayStation staff, this seems to be, you know, this seems to be an indication that they're getting ready to make it more publicly known. And we're right around the corner of hearing more about Wolverine, hearing more about, you know, upcoming PlayStation titles. Of course, they're going to have a state of play. So, yeah, man, it's very interesting. You know, my title, if you look at my title, I said Sony goes back to true exclusivity as Xbox fans beg Microsoft to do the same. And that's where we are right now. We are at a point where PlayStation is doing what, you know, maybe they should have been doing this whole time, which is, bro, you're trying to sell a console. That's your priority. You want to sell your games, of course, but the console is the most important thing for you. Maybe you should go back to exclusives, you know? Maybe you shouldn't worry about PC, especially when how low the sales are on PC. But Xbox, I mean, dude, we're looking at Forza Horizon 6 coming to PlayStation. Halo's about to drop on PlayStation. And you see the Xbox fan base, and they're like ravenous right now. I mean, they're begging. They're begging like we've never seen before because, honestly, Asha Sharma, the new CEO, is making it seem like, hey, we just might do it. Maybe. Vlund with a $2 chat says, Sony games still coming to PC through emulation. Surely not the, I mean, I don't know, Vlund, I don't know if you're talking about, like, the newer, like, the games that just released this gen and newer upcoming games. I don't think you're going to be able to emulate them. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to just emulate Saros, you know? Top Shelf Gaming with a $5 chat says, hope you feel better, MBG. Are PC ports officially done? I'm confused with rumors lately and tired of it. Best Buy rumor broke me. LOL. Did Sony say it? So I completely understand you with the Best Buy situation. That was actually insane. Yeah, not sure what's going on there, bro. That is a weird one. But when it comes to this rumor about Sony being done with PC ports, you can bet on it. Jason Schreier put out a second scoop about it, and Jason Schreier doesn't really miss with stuff like this. He's very, 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 very aware of his reputation. And well, no, understand. Apparently, this comes from Herman Hulst. Like, that's the thing. Apparently, Herman Hulst, they had a town hall meeting, and he announced that, yeah, like, we're going, all single player narrative games are going to be PlayStation exclusive again. I'll tell you this, if Jason Schreier's wrong about this, his career as a leaker is over. So he's not going to be wrong. But it's okay. I mean, look, if you want to wait until Sony themselves come out publicly, that's fine. I'm not going to discourage that. You know, take everything with a grain of salt. But in my mind, this is pretty much confirmed. Craig Harris with a $5 chat says, MBG, Sony has raised the cost of hardware and game services. Do you think games are next? Yeah, I do. yeah. Yep. I think there's a cost associated with this potentially. And I think that cost is maybe starting with, I mean, who knows? They could come out and be like, Wolverine's going to be $80. They could do that. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not trying to be the rain cloud. I'm not trying to be that. God knows I don't need to be the rain cloud for PlayStation. They do that for themselves enough. And God knows enough people hate them right now. But I am going to tell you, like, do not be shocked. Do not be shocked if they're like, Wolverine only on PlayStation, $80. I forgot to tap that like button. I'm going to sit in the corner for 10 minutes, Michael. Michael, we're gonna need some help today, bro. We're gonna need a like goal. God, my arm is killing me. God damn it! Help! I'm in pain. Sony's got me in pain again. Vlund. Well, really quick before I move on to that, Craig, I do want to say, like, I think eventually Sony's going to raise the price of their games. I wouldn't be shocked if it happens sooner rather than later. Wait, Michael says if you guys reach 169 likes, he'll do whatever the top comment says. Now, when you say top comment, though, what are you referring to? Are you referring to like a top comment in the comments section? We have Vlund with another super chat. He says, going to take forever, though, based on sales. Most want to play Sony's more recent games. Not a big loss. Much rather have the PS1, 2, and 3 exclusives on PC. Oh, yeah. So through emulation, that there might be something going on there with the classic games. Apparently, they're making more progress. You have no idea. It sounded good at first. All right, guys. All right, I got one for you. We hit 169 likes. Mrs. MBG decides what Michael does. There we go. I would say boss, but you already know him. It's just going to be treats. And he's already going to get treats. So lock it in. 169 likes. Make it happen, people. They're rebuilding the brand and identity. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I've seen a lot of... Oh, man. I've seen a lot of people, their instant reaction to this is like, fuck them. We don't care about Sony. We don't care about their games. We don't need their games. They only... Dude, did you guys see PC Gamer's article? PC Gamer's article was like, well, I'm just gonna bring it up here. It's kind of funny, but the salt, man. Like, what about when? I mean, come on. It's always the console fanboy salt, but they say Sony retreats from PC gaming, robbing us of maybe 4 games. Uh-oh. And it's like, bro, do we have to go over this again? Ray, I saw that. Yeah, leave it to Sony. Do we have to go over? It's like, do I really need to say this out loud again? Like, do we really, we have to do it again, don't we? It doesn't matter if it's 4 games, 2 games, 10 games. The point is, they're games that people want to play. They are good, high-quality video games. In a lot of cases, what people would consider must play. Not all the time, but more often than not. And it's like, if this is PC Gamer's attempt to downplay this, it's like, I get it. You got to do what you got to do. This ain't a good look for PC. But it's like, dude, come on. Like, which is it? You guys either want these games or you don't. And I'll be honest with you, man, I've always been under the impression that PC gamers don't want PlayStation games. Not all of them, you know, it's hard not to talk, you know, it's hard not to generalize here. I've always gotten the intuitive feeling that, like, if PC gamers were interested in PlayStation games, they would have bought a PlayStation to play them. But at the same time, like, it's also kind of weird because on the flip side of that, it's like, well, couldn't you say the same thing about PlayStation gamers with Xbox games? And honestly, the answer's yeah, mostly. Because think about it. It's like, if you want to look at what Xbox is doing as an example, I mean, dude, there's like 2 games that they put on PlayStation, maybe 3 at most, that are doing well. Forza, Sea of Thieves did pretty decent, and then Starfield seems to be doing okay, and that's about it. Everything else, and they've put a lot of games on PS5, not even really worth mentioning. Like, they're not finding huge success. Although, interestingly enough, Ninja Theory did come out and say that Hellblade 2 was considered a success because they put it on PlayStation. So I guess I'm just trying to say that I don't think this is a major loss for PC players. I really don't. Like, I don't think there's PC players actually mourning anything right now. I think there are some that are a little bit annoyed or disappointed, but I just don't think, you know, because these games didn't blow up on PC anyway. And I don't think it would have changed. We also have MVP Moss. He says, I haven't forgot about the Napoleon Dynamite soundbite. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was supposed to do that a while ago. I'll get around to it. Eventually. MVP Moss. Raven X0, member for 21 months, says, how it should be. Exclusive gives an identity to the console other than the looks, UI, style, controllers, and features. PlayStation back to selling PlayStation. Catering. I think you meant to say like catering to PlayStation players. And Vlun says, I saw the big 3 are getting sued for possibly lying about increasing prices due to tariffs. And because they're getting sued, they're going to increase prices. What? You want to sue us? Increase the price again. I'm tired of the price increases, dude. Listen, the recent PlayStation Plus price increase, by the way, clip this. Yeah, clip this. The recent PlayStation price increase, I understand. Like, listen, I get it. I encounter some people and they're like, what's the big deal, MBG? It's just $1. It's just $1. Why are you getting so upset over $1? It's like, it could go the other way, bro. Yeah, it's just $1. Why the fuck are they increasing it by $1? Are they that cheap? The answer is yes, my friend. The answer is yes. Are they that greedy? The answer is yes. It's the principle. I don't know why people don't see that. It's like, dude, it's the principle. Like, Sony, stop being this pathetic. Like, you want to go back to exclusives, you want to cater to the PlayStation fan base, good. Those are smart moves, in my opinion. But then you come out here and they're like, yo, you want to join PlayStation Plus? you're going to have to pay an extra buck. It's like, are you that petty? Like, you do realize your competitor is well, what's supposed to be your competitor, Xbox, is being praised for lowering the price of Game Pass recently. Even though I've explained how it's like they put Call of Duty in, they give it to you for $20, then they raise it to $30, then they take Call of Duty out, then they drop it by $7, and it's actually an increase of $3, but no more Call of Duty. I'm not getting into that again. I'm not getting into that again. But it's the principle of the matter, which is like, Sony, you got to be kidding me, dude. Will you guys stop these damn jewels? Biggest mistake I ever made. They're going to increase the prices because of the tariffs. Daniel with the $2 chat says, $80 games next gen. Sony wants $10 upgrade fee again. Yeah, well, Sony can shove it. No, they probably do. Sony, I don't know. Sony's got to be careful, man. They got to be careful because it's like, I'm not saying that there aren't any games I wouldn't be willing to pay $80 for, but what I am saying is, like, Sony, I really think that you have a pretty good thing going where it's like you're getting good sales on your tentpole titles at $70. Like, you're getting really good sales. Maybe, maybe not Saros, but Saros is the outlier. Okay. Yeah, just keep sending the chili peppers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I asked for member gifts, and this is what I get. It's backfired. It's completely backfired. Wabu Dude with Milestone Chat, a member for 19 months, says, hey, BG, I'm curious to know what PlayStation plans to do with the first-party games they've already released on PC. Will they delist them from PC? I think Sony will only delist them from PC if we find out Project Helix does, in fact, have Steam. I think Sony's waiting because they're going to get pushback. I'll tell you right now, if they announce the delisting of their games from PC, people are going to fucking lose it. But I think they're really just waiting to find out, like, are these games going to be playable on Project Helix? Okay, how many times is this going to pop up? Shadowlink! Wait, are you telling... Don't act like... Bro... Okay. All right. Yeah, forget what I got to say. Mrs. MBG in the chat uses her milestone, says, thanks for being here. Hit the like button. Guys, we need 169 likes, damn it. We're at 92. We need to get to 169. Do you understand? Do you understand that we need to grow this channel? We need to get more people in here. And we need to spread the word. That is PlayStation greatness. We can only do that if you hit the like button. Sony will get sued if that happens. And they're just still going with the chili pepper. Okay. May the Lord have mercy on those who are just audio-only listeners. Their life is hell right now. Thanks a lot, guys. Come on, 99 likes. We need 70 more. 70 more. Let's go. Sony already ported to GOG so the games can be pirated forever. Did they? Okay, maybe they won't delist them. Maybe they won't delist them. Also, bro, wait, okay, so even Shadowlink doesn't have a membership now? What is going... No, my chat's glitched out. Because it's even saying Mrs. MBG doesn't have a membership badge. It's glitched. It's not working right. It's too late. Those games are on PC forever. See what you did, Sony? See what you did? Mateo says it's not $1. It's $1 per each one of the 50 million plus PS Plus users. It's more than double what Saros did, MBG. But from the perspective of us individuals, it's just $1. It's not a big deal. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, from a business perspective, calculating it's $1 multiplied by X amount of users who are going to become subscribers to PlayStation Plus. I get that. I mean, look, man, I'm just exhausted. And I think a lot of people are, I do think that a lot of what's happening with PlayStation right now is good in a general sense. Digital Dude, that's my next game, by the way. My next game is Lego Batman. I need 2 more trophies of Platinum Saros. 2 more. And then I'm moving on to Lego Batman. And then 007. But I think a lot of what I want to read this to you. I want to read a post that I put out on Twitter. And you guys better keep hitting that like button because we need 169. I want to actually see if we can push for 200. But look, I put out this post. I was having a mental breakdown yesterday, as I often do. Isn't that right, Luna? You're in Papa's spot. How many damn... Dude, okay. How many damn chili peppers are you guys sending? Like, when I asked for support, I don't know that I was asking for 6 cents a pop. That's how much they cost, right? It's like 6 cents. Why do you do this to me? Hey, Luna. We have a wild Luna. Is it the chili peppers? No, I'm going to play Pragmata. I'm going to play it. It's clearly going to happen later. It's going to happen later. 6, 7, something like that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Gordon Jelson, a member for 30 months, says playing Forza Horizon 6, driving is fun, visuals are good. I just hate the cringy Gen Z presentation. Really turns me off. My character has all prosthetic limbs. I mean, I'm laughing at the Gen Z presentation because I know exactly what you're talking about. It is so cringe. It's like, whoa, man, you're so good at what you do. You know what? I think you might be the best. And you know what? It's only going to get better. Let's all just have a great time here. And you're at the center of it, man. It's all you. And it's like, what the you're making me feel weird. Like I'm just trying to play my game. It's like, no, I need to tell you how great you are. That is like the only negative. Did I miss 2 super chats? Hold on. Sorry. It's these damn chili peppers. Oh, I did. I'm sorry, Mr. Hamster. See, you guys are making me miss Mr. Hamster's super chat. He says, OMG Guns N' Roses shirt. I recently listened to their iconic Appetite for Destruction album, and it's such fire. Especially Welcome to the Jungle. Hell yeah. Mr. Hamster. Yes. Yes. He gets it. That's crazy. Hearing that you just discovered Appetite for Destruction is awesome. MBG, it's the same thing Xbox did, just without the trickery. It sucks, but they said they were going to do it. If we don't want it, we don't pay. And you know what I did? I unsubscribed from PS Plus yesterday. Now, I didn't unsubscribe from it, but I actually, I don't know. My renewal isn't happening until October. So I'm going to see where I am multiplayer game-wise. Because I'm actually seriously considering not even like, it's not even like, I hate you, Sony. It's not that, but it's just like, dude, if there's no multiplayer games I'm playing, I think I'm maybe going to like not renew it, for $80. Because it's like, I don't really use the PlayStation Plus games. I kind of like collecting them each month, but they just sit there, So we'll see. We'll see where we are in October. Vlund saying Nintendo did $80, Sony and Microsoft now have justification. Well, that's the thing. Microsoft tried to do $80. Do you remember that? Microsoft tried to do $80 for what was it? The Outer Worlds 2. It's like, are you again, what drugs are you taking? Because it must be the good stuff. Who in their right, who at Microsoft thought Outer Worlds 2 would be the game you kick off the $80 with, bro. Like, at least if Sony did it with Wolverine, it's like, okay, it's fucking Wolverine. You might be able to get away with it. I'm not condoning it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Sony. Are you listening to me? Don't do it. We don't need that. Okay? I've had enough. Make it exclusive and just flex it and let it be what it's going to be. God damn, it feels like my arm is being ripped off of my body right now. Liquid Snake is taking over my arm, bro. So this is going to be my whole... Now you guys are dropping 2 cents? Now you're dropping 2 cents. Okay. Go back to the chili pepper. At least that was 6 cents. Oh, what is this? I Am Warden says, or he sent flow state. Yeah, I'm in a flow state, all right. I'm in a flow state of 2 to 6 joules a pop, bro. Wait, what did Michael say here? He said something about the joules. He says it only allows you to buy like $500 to $700 worth of joules. That's not enough to use that. It said I'm at my joule limit. Michael, how have you reached a joule limit on YouTube? It's like that one time Corey Landiga reached his membership limit. All right, we have a... All right. If you keep hearing these notifications, you think I'm like getting rich over here. Rich Rod sent a $2 super chat. His last ever dono, all joules now. Thanks, YouTube. Don't make me disable the joules. Don't make me do it. Oh, wait, the joules helps the algorithm? I think Mrs. MBG just called me an idiot. What is that? 1,500 joules? It doesn't show me any of the money. I don't know how much any of this is worth. Guys, we're at 120 likes. Keep hitting that like button. We need to hit 169. 169. Make it happen. But listen, I put this out on Twitter. Okay? Listen to the words I'm saying. Try not to get too distracted by the constant notifications popping off. Try. I know it's going to be hard, but this is what my community clearly doesn't want me to grow. Listen, I said something I've learned covering PlayStation is you can't say something is good and something is bad without encountering a lot of flack either way. Two things cannot be true at the same time for many people. For example, if I say, I've been really enjoying my PlayStation 5 a lot this generation. A lot of great games and support. Really excited for Wolverine. Seeing more PlayStation Studios games revealed. Great third-party support. The pleasure of trophy hunting. The torment of trophy hunting. But I also say Sony's made some big mistakes with an over-aggressive live service push. Too many price increases. Poor communication with the fans. Closing a studio like Blue Point. Etc. For too many people, it's only about seeing the good or only about seeing the bad, and I think it's better to see both. And that's the big thing. That's the big thing with this, man. I feel like so much of what PlayStation has been doing, it walks that line of like, there's good and there's bad. It's not like the PS4 generation where the overwhelming majority of it is good, you know. There's like, it's more evenly distributed now. But I meant that post, man. Like, I really think too many people are just living in the extreme with their opinions on this. Channel Link, you're saying it stopped me at 150 members. I wanted to drop 200 that one time. I was pissed. Yeah, dude, that's not the first time that's happened. That's happened to other people too. YouTube doesn't want your money, bro. That's crazy. Blonde, you're saying, MBG, did you know on PC you can play RE7 with Rick and Morty characters or God of War 2018 with Simpson characters? Both have voice lines from the shows. Lund, I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that. That's not a selling point for me. You see, Michael, you're saying the interweb says 1 joule equals 1 cent. I can't make it like this, guys. It adds up. I'm in enough pain. You understand? I'm already in enough pain. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I appreciate anything. You want to drop 2 cents a pop? Thank you. Thank you. It's a way to donate. Thanks, YouTube. Really looking out. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your jewels. I'll take all the jewels. I'll take as many as you want to give. You're a penny stock right now. We need more investment. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Listen, we're at 125 likes. We need to get to 169. 169. But listen, I put out another post. Listen, I know a lot of you guys, you want war. Maybe you're going to get war. But I had a moment yesterday, and I just had to say it. And you know, I pissed off a lot of PlayStation fans. Listen, I'm not trying to piss off PlayStation fans. Why would I want to do that? You got all these grifters out here already doing it. I'm not trying to do that because that's not my prerogative. My prerogative is to just be honest. My prerogative is to just be fucking real. Okay? And I had to be real yesterday. I saw this price increase announcement. You know, I saw Sony tweeted it out, and I get it. It's $1. It's $3 for 3 months, if $3 more for 3 months. Basically, $1 more per month. If you're new, and I get that. If you're a new subscriber, if you're already subscribed, there is no increase. But I got pissed, man. I got annoyed. And I put this post out. I said, at this point, I am rooting for Xbox to kick the shit out of PlayStation so Sony wakes up. Uh-oh. Now I'm going to war. Blasphemy. Clip it and ship it. No, I said this though, because I'm like, dude, listen, man. Dude. You ready? In all seriousness, I said, of course, not everything with PlayStation is bad. But it's gotten to a point where the idea of the PS3 and the PS4 era of Sony, it seems like a pipe dream. It's distant. It's not here. I said, you know, the version of PlayStation that acknowledged they had a fan base and actually communicated with them. They made attempts to listen to the fans and take in some feedback. And at the very least, they attempted to drum up some genuine excitement around the brand. We all know that they are a corporation and they're a business at the end of the day, but still, that doesn't mean it has to be so sterile, calculated, and cold. There's a balance that can be achieved where one doesn't always have to come at the expense of the other. I'm not trying to come off as someone who wants to just see PlayStation go down in flames. That's not me. It's very much the opposite. I'm just a fan who feels like there's not that much excitement anymore in covering PlayStation because every week there's some kind of bad news. There's some kind of drama. And whenever there is good news, the bad news is right around the corner to offset it almost instantly. And I think I speak for a lot of people in the space. Now listen, I pissed off some PlayStation fans with that. You know, I pissed off some PlayStation fans. And that's not my intention. Like, I don't know, like some people are basically saying like for example, this person says, I recommend you go and play some games instead of posting these weird opinions. And it's like, I am. That's the point. Like, that's the good thing. That's the good part. The good part is that Sony has not eroded the most important thing. Sony has not broken the most important thing. That's the problem with too many of these people that come out here. They come out here, they posture themselves like, I'm going to be hypercritical of PlayStation. It's like, okay, what do you think of their games? It's like, I fucking hate them. I don't like PlayStation games. I don't play PlayStation games. They're trash. I like the PS2, the PS3. I like those games. It's like, okay, but what the fuck then what are you doing here talking about PlayStation? We're talking about shit that's happened over 20 years ago. And that's the thing, is it's like, well, no, I'm going to be the authority on PlayStation. I'm going to be the one that talks about PlayStation, but I don't play their games. I don't like their games. You playing Saros? No. You going to play Wolverine? No. Are you playing Marathon? No. Then what the fuck are you talking about? Why are we crashing? Listen, I'm crashing out because my arm is in pain. It feels like somebody smashed my arm with a hammer multiple times. I feel like I walked straight out of The Last of Us Part 2. So I'm sorry. I am in pain. I'm going to start directing. Now I am going to go to war because I'm just in pain. I'm in max pain. I'm feeling max pain. Guys, hit the like button. No, listen. I'm going to try to calm down a little bit. Sony was the one holding the hammer. No, Sony and Microsoft, they take turns. Drink more coffee? Will do. Listen, my voice sounds strange. I'm in pain. Yeah, I'm getting that that Morty voice. Come on, Sony. Sony, I don't know if it's a good idea to raise the price of PlayStation Plus again. I don't know that they want that. Shut up, MBG. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there, bro. And they're still going, bro. You guys are still going with the Yo, if you guys keep this up, I'm gonna make a whopping $10 by the end of the stream. I appreciate it. That's crazy, dude. You know what's? I still can't figure out how to see how much I make on the jewels. I'm gonna be honest. I've looked in my YouTube analytics, like it doesn't show me. So, boss, can you? What are you doing, bro? He's like, you okay? All right, listen. Yeah, that's $10 off of Lego Batman or 007. Okay, come on. Mr. Veggie with a super chat says, I'm honestly super happy about the exclusive news. By the way, MBG, I hope your health is okay. My testosterone therapy has been helping quite a bit. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Veggie. My health is mostly okay. I'm just in pain with my arm here. But yeah, I mean, look, man, I'm not upset about the exclusive news. Like, I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not like I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. I fully understand that. So I may as well just be blunt about it. And it's like, okay, Sony, you want to go back to doing exclusives just like you have been for the last 30 years. Sure. His mental health isn't good right now, if you can't tell. It's not good right now. This art hurt me. Me to The Last of Us Part 2. Take it down. Take it all down. This art hurt me. Just use your PlayStation Plus money to buy games. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying on Holy Mayhem. You're saying Sony shouldn't be raising any prices when they're making record profits. That's the thing that bothers me the most about it. Truthfully, is it's like, listen, every time Sony does something like this, it is annoying because I know that you're going to see all the people who don't actually care about PlayStation come out and go crazy about it, you know? And they're going to mix themselves in with people who actually do genuinely care about PlayStation. They're going to mix themselves in. And it's frustrating because I do feel like there is an actual message we should be trying to send to Sony, you know? And it is that simple. It is, Sony, you have come out numerous times this generation and you bragged about how this is by far your most profitable generation ever. Your profits are higher than they've ever been. You're doing better than you ever have. And so when you make that abundantly clear, and then you simultaneously come out and talk about market conditions and use that as a justification for your digital services to increase the price, even if it's just for new subscribers and even if it's by a low amount, it just falls into the principle of it. Where, like, I don't think we have to overreact to it. People think they talk about me overreacting, and I get that. But generally speaking, it's like, I don't think there needs to be an overreaction of any kind. I think we just have to call it what it is. It's just greed, and we don't like to see companies be blatantly greedy. We understand inherently that these are businesses, these are corporations, and there is going to be some greed. There always is. It's at the heart of it all. You'd have to be naive to think otherwise. But the least these companies can do is try to find a better balance where they're not trying to, and that's kind of what I was talking about here with Sony, where it's like, I don't really fault Sony for wanting to run a good business. I don't fault them for wanting to be profitable, just like I don't fault Microsoft or Nintendo or even, with even like publishers. I get it. You're just trying to have a successful business in this capitalistic market. I get it. But what I just don't understand about Sony these days is that they just don't care. It's like, it is cold, it is robotic, it is sterile. And it's like, can you at least try to make it seem like you're can you try to hide that a little bit? And they're just like, no. And it's like, all right, well, I guess it doesn't affect them, Shadow Link with a $5 chat says, John, be happy about what you like and have opinions about what you don't. It's your channel. You have as many opinions as you have viewers. It's okay. Thank you, Shadow Link. Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think any of this is that serious, I don't think it's that serious. I just think that it's funny because, like, this is a prime example of in my opinion, there's one good thing and there's one bad thing. Well, hold on. You're saying, but you love that about Sony. What exactly, though? I mean, there are some things I do really like about Sony. Like for example, I don't know how many hours in Saros I have now. It's got to be over like 30, maybe more than that. It's probably more than that. I've been playing it a lot lately. It is just a reality for me where it's like, I find it hard, genuinely, to listen, not even to listen, but to really take in the aggressive, heavy-handed opinions of other people when it comes specifically to PlayStation, when it's like, okay, like, you're really expressing how bad Sony is and how much you don't like them and how awful they are and how it's only getting worse day in and day out. I hear you. I got to be real. I got to level with you, though, and that, like, dude, I've been booting up my PS5 Pro and playing Saros almost every day for, like, the past 2 weeks or longer than that, like 3 weeks. And I'm loving it. Like, especially, like, my last 10 hours with the game, I have to be honest, like, dude, it really clicked. And I'm loving it. And it's like, I don't feel upset, like, in the sense of, like, I don't feel upset enough to really be able to, because, like, let's just face it, people are going to ask. They're going to be like, okay, well, what are you going to do? If you're criticizing Sony for this and you're criticizing Sony for that, are you going to continue to give them your money? And it's like, well, I just bought Saros and I'm going to buy Lego Batman for PS5. I'm going to buy Wolverine. And so it's like, so you are going to continue to give them your money. And it's like, well, yeah, but for the things I like. And that's the difference between me and a lot of these people. And from what I can tell is like a lot of these people, they either A, are also giving Sony their money and lying about it, or B, they're just not involved. But they want to be at the center of the conversation surrounding Sony. And that does bother me because it's like, unfortunately, people are like listening to them. Where it's like, they don't play on PlayStation. And somebody might be like, well, you don't play on Xbox. It's like, yeah, but that's because I like their games come to PlayStation now. So technically I am an Xbox player, right? And that's where I don't know, man. Like, I just have some very basic, fundamental disagreements with people where I don't usually feel the need to argue my points, but I notice it is reaching that point where it's like, apparently I'm going to have to, because you're going to, like, you saw it this past week. Okay. And I talked about it. I covered it, but you see so many people come out and they're covering Saros. And they're covering Saros because apparently it's not selling well. But so many of these people, that's the only time they've ever covered Saros. That's the only fucking time they've ever talked about Saros. And it's like, are you serious? And the answer is yes, we're dead serious. Saros is very similar to Returnal, but the longer I played it, the more I realized there's actually very big differences. The fundamental gameplay loop is mostly the same, but they changed so many things at a base level. I don't say at a fundamental level, but like at a level just above that, where it's like, oh, this is actually very different. Like this, so many changes were made that to make it feel different from Returnal, but the whole idea of like the fast-paced run and gun, that's still the same. And it's very good. It's very, very, very good. I got to be honest, man. Like, I've actually enjoyed my first 10 hours or so with Saros. I feel like the same thing happened with Returnal. I was like, yeah, this is really good and really fun. But I don't know. Like, I'm not 100% feeling it yet. Where I am now, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling it. I don't know. That thing happened again. It happened again where it's like, it just clicked. I just got it. And now I'm like a pro at the game. And I'm like, this is fun as hell, bro. Like, I feel like I've mastered it. And this feels great. And I did enjoy the story. And I did enjoy the boss. I enjoyed every aspect of it. By the way, guys, keep hitting that like button. We're at 142 likes. We got to get to 169. It's imperative. 169. Make it happen. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Hit that like button. 169. That's the magic number. I'm probably going to do like a spoiler review at some point, discussion stream for Saros. But the point that I'm trying to get at here is that I'm just so tired of the people who don't play on PlayStation, who don't care about PlayStation, somehow posturing themselves as the authority on PlayStation. That does piss me off. And I think it pisses a lot of you guys off too, because it's like, dude, you don't care. You have no good faith. You do not care. It's not like you were playing on the PS4 last gen or you have a PS5 that you're frequently booting up. No, you don't care. So like, why are you supposed to be the go-to source of like, here's the situation with PlayStation, take it from me. I see this more now than ever. And this is where, it makes it hard for me to, people who do that stuff, they make it hard for somebody like me where, well, no, but that's the thing. if you're saying it's because PlayStation games go to the platform, okay, well, first off, that's over. But second off, like, then, but I don't get it. The reactions I'm seeing from like those same people are, okay, who cares? So it's like, I don't get it. Like, do you care about the games or not? Do you care about PlayStation or not? And at the end of the day, it's painfully obvious. Like, you don't care. You do not care. Live service wise, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, there's Marvel Tokon, Helldivers. So I get that. And that's fine. Like, if those are the games that people are talking about and fixated on, that's to me, that's fair game. That's fair game. Hold on, let me check. You're saying check Ray's comment. All right, hold on. Do I want to know? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that Colin Moriarty got hacked. He did get his account back, but some weird shit. Can you change the price of items like from 10 joules to 100 joules? I don't believe so, no. YouTube doesn't give me any control over that whatsoever. Yeah, that hacking thing is really... No, listen, why me? I'm just trying to say, man, like, something tells me that Sony could do all the things that these people request of them, and they're still not going to care. Like, that's what gets me about this. Is it's like, people continue to talk about Sony PlayStation like they're on the brink. They're hanging on the edge, man. And that's not at all what the case is. Like, actually, the way it is for PlayStation, and I'm not saying that this justifies everything they do, but I'm just saying it is the reality of the situation that when we talk about them, we should probably keep things in perspective, is that they're far from being on the brink. In fact, like, my biggest complaint about Sony increasing the price is like, you're doing better than you ever have. So what is the need for this other than sheer greed? And that's my problem. And that's what I will call out. That's what I will point out. It does get to a point where it's like, calm the hell down, you know? But outside of that, it's like, dude, PlayStation, if they weren't doing some things right, they wouldn't be in the position they're in. And for some reason, you're not allowed to be a fan of that. That's what I don't understand when it comes to gaming discourse in the year 2026. You know, like, I don't know, man. It's fucking bizarre to me. It really is. Where it's like, dude, I'm not saying don't call Sony out. You should call Sony out when it's necessary to call them out. Listen, dude, I saw people. If you want to know where we're at, okay? If you really want to know where we are now, I saw people calling out Sucker Punch the other day because they put out I think one more update for Ghost of Yotei Legends. And they said at the end of that update that, you know, they're moving on from it now. This is like the last update they're doing to support the game. And I saw people raging at Sony and using this as a way to like shit on them again. And it's like, are you guys fucking retarded? Let me answer that for you. Yes, the answer is yes, you are. And unfortunately, too many people listen to you. Too many people are following you. And they don't see this for what it is. But it's like, Ghost of Yotei Legends, just like Ghost of Tsushima Legends, was marketed and created. It was created and marketed as a finite add-on multiplayer experience. Okay? That is not a live service, would not get continual updates, and not be supported for the rest of the year or years to come. No, it's not because nobody's playing Legends. They did the same thing with Tsushima Legends, and trust me, plenty of people are playing that. There was a level cap with Ghost of Tsushima Legends. There was a gear cap that they never went past, ever, because it's like, yeah, we're done. We're moving on to the next thing. We're not a live service studio. We're not treating this game like a live service. But yet you see people trying to get upset and use this as, again, another reason to attack Sony because everything they do is bad. And it's like, you don't understand how stupid you sound. And that's what pisses me off, because I do understand. And yet so many people, they don't care. It's like, no, it doesn't matter. It's another excuse to be angry at Sony. And it's like, this is the problem. This is the problem. This is why Sony doesn't actually listen. This is why Sony is ignoring, sorry, boss, ignoring all the actual genuine criticism they're getting, because all this nonsense is mixed in with it. It's all in bad faith. Where it's like, why would you get that upset over a finite multiplayer add-on experience that's basically a bonus mode, not getting perpetual updates, and using that as a reason to get angry at Sony and to be mad at them and to justify, slandering them or whatever? They're going to look at that and be like, we're not listening to anything you have to say. Ever. We're not. I'm not. My Johnny P's coming out. But that's what frustrates me, is that so many of those same people who are talking about that are the same people that want to be the loudest in the room, the most aggressive, to tell you what Sony needs to do. And it's like, that's fine, man. Like, you should. Again, we all should collectively try to steer Sony in the right direction, but I just can't stand these wolves in sheep's clothing, dude. It's like, you don't fucking care. Stop pretending like you care. You're not a fan. You don't give a shit about their games. You don't give a shit about the platform. You want nothing to do with it. Talking about it, covering it, keeps you relevant, and that's all it does. That's all it does. And I guess that's what I'm ranting about right now. Is it's just like, if you want to focus on something, focus on the price increase with PlayStation Plus. And yes, give them shit for that. Give them hell for that, because that is something that we need to communicate to Sony, that, like, bro, this is getting crazy. Your greed is overriding. Like, don't you understand that there is such a thing as earning some goodwill, and that being this petty and cheap, even though, I mean, sure, from a higher business level, maybe that's not what it is, but it's actually, the point is it's greed driven, and you're making that obvious. You're not hiding that. Stuff like that, I really do feel like, Sony, you need to pull it back a little bit, bro. Like, this is just turning people off from feeling good about what you're doing here. Sucker Punch coming out and being like, yeah, we did a couple updates for Ghost of Yotei Legends and we're going to move on now, and people using that as a reason to get upset. It's like, you're poisoning the well. Okay? Like, if Sony's poisoning the well, fine, call that out. But once you're actually standing next to the well and doing the same thing from the other end, that's not helping. Turn me on, Sony. Teach them a lesson. There's nothing to teach them, dude. You're saying it's not greed driven. They're only trying to protect their gross margins because their costs might have increased, but I don't know for sure. I mean, like, look, I have a tolerance level. It's like, but dude, you just increased the price of the console by like $100. You know what I mean? You just increased the price of the console by $100. How much further do you really need to take this? And you know what I think it is? I mean, I think it's obvious. Sony, I think they're in this position that a lot of companies end up finding themselves in, and it's an unfortunate one for us. And sometimes it can be for them too, depending on how people actually react to it. Sony's at a bit of a they're in a fork in the road where they understand that the chances of them not growing, more specifically, the chances of them having some upcoming fiscal year reports or quarterly earnings reports that actually show them going down. Like, okay, either it's completely stagnant or, we actually dropped by like 5%. We dropped by like 20%, whatever it might be. They understand that the chances of that happening are higher than ever due to all of the different circumstances that, are affecting all corporations and all companies. But they're making that decision where it's like, well, we need to do whatever we can. And, when you look at it from that perspective, it actually almost makes sense. Where it's like, we need to do whatever we can to prevent that from happening. And like, logically speaking, it's like, well, yeah, you want to have good earnings reports. You want your investors to feel confident. You want to keep growing. I get that. But there comes a time where it's like, but at what cost? Like, what are you willing to sacrifice and throw on the fire in the name of, okay, well, we made it this quarter, even if it was only like 3% growth or we mitigated the damage. It was only negative 5% when it could have been negative 15%. It just feels like one of these things where it's like Sony is not thinking, they're not really thinking through it enough, where it's like, you're burning your goodwill, man. Like, you're burning your reputation. Don't you understand that? And that's what bothers me a little bit about this, is it's like Sony, that's why I'm not trying to make a huge deal about it, but it's the message that they send. The message that they send with a tweet like that is like, yeah, we kind of don't care. In fact, us doing this and just tweeting it so coldly just shows you we don't care. We're not thinking like that. We're just thinking about we're not having a bad quarter. And that does come off as like, wow, that sucks. Like, I don't want to see you go down in flames, and I don't want to see you like fucking be destroyed overnight, But it's like, even just from like even as somebody who just covers PlayStation, it's like, this sucks. Like, I'm tired of covering this shit, Sony. Like that. Even if it's like for somebody like me, where it's like, MBG, how does this affect you? It's like, well, it doesn't. It's like, well, then why are you talking about it? It's like, because I still got to cover it, and I'm fucking tired of it. It's just like, yeah, I'm tired of looking like, it's like the meme of you open the toilet seat. It's like, oh, look at that. It's Sony increasing the price of something again. It's like, I'm getting exhausted by it. And that's why, and unfortunately, it's like, yeah, it's stuff like this that allows the wolves to come in, where it's like, people notice this shit. And it's like the amount of people I saw responding to that PlayStation Plus leak, where it's like, you literally see Xbox fanboys covering it. People who don't play on PlayStation, people who do, like, literally, they openly don't play on PlayStation, they don't care, and they're like out here, they're talking about it and they're reacting to it. And it's fine, you're allowed to do that, but it's like, it's that's what I'm saying, where it's like, Sony, you gotta like get to a better place, man, where you're just a target. You put a bullseye right on your head every day practically. And I don't know if it's I used to blame their marketing and PR teams, but now I just feel like it's not that. It is the executives. It's like, you guys are so scared shitless of your profit margins falling at all that like you're willing to throw that on the fire. It's like, didn't you learn? Like the end of the PS3 era, the entire PS4 era, like, dude, this is what the only reason those generations were successful. Look, that's not the only reason, but what was needed to make those generations successful was good communication. And part of that communication is establishing a healthy balance between the business side and, the customer side and the fan side. And I just feel like Sony is in this position right now where it's like the business side is going better than it ever has, and we haven't really needed to pay attention to the fan side, at least in the way that we used to. So fuck them, who cares? And that's the problem, is they do it does come off shitty, because it's like, well, MBG, are you gonna spend your money on it or not? And it's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna fucking play Saros. I'm not gonna spite Housemarque because of Sony's inability to find a balance between talking to the fans and the customer and just trying to run their business. I'm not going to spite Housemarque because of that. I'm not going to spite Insomniac and you know, leave myself in a position where it's like, I'm not playing Wolverine. Like, okay. Like, really? You're going to miss out on one of the games for you, one of the games of the generation, because you're mad that Sony isn't communicating the way you want them to. I'm not going to do that. And and that's the problem, though, is that I guess it is just, there is no point in me complaining about it ultimately, because it's like Sony knows that. Until I do say, okay, I'm actually not doing it now. I'm not spending money. I'm not buying this game. I'm not engaged until I become like all these other guys that are like, we're going to bitch about it and we're not going to send them a dime. And that's where I just feel like it puts me in a strange position. It makes it tough for me because I do still have my opinions on these things. Like, I still do have feelings on them. And it just seems like, well, that's too bad, buddy. Like, you bought Saros and you're enjoying it and you're feeling good. So you can't come out here and say to Sony, hey, knock it off. Because they're going to, like, I mean, Sony's not going to do this, obviously. They're a $1 billion corporation that doesn't even know I exist. But it's like, they're not going to turn to me and be like, oh, MBG, wow, you're really upset, man. What's the problem? You bought Saros, you're playing it. You almost got the platinum. You've been playing your PlayStation every day. What's wrong? You increased the price of PlayStation Plus, Sony. It's like, well, yeah, we did buy $1 and $3 for 3-month subscriptions for new subscribers. MBG, are you a new subscriber? It says here you're currently subscribed to PlayStation Plus Essential and it's not expiring until October. And it's set to auto renew. It's like, so this doesn't affect you at all. Nothing's changed for you. It's like, yeah, well, fuck. I'm in a relationship with Sony. It's like, Sony, you're hurting me over here. Now, listen, it's not that weird. I mean, the way I'm talking about it makes it sound that way. It's more along the lines of like, I do see the reactions from people, and there's like a cycle to it. I see the engines being revved and the backlash, and it's like, I'm not trying to bandwagon because I don't believe in that, but I honestly do try to assess the situation. I do. I try to assess like, okay, well, like all the pushback that people are giving Sony right now for this announcement of the PS Plus price increase, like, is this justified or not? Like, are these people truly overreacting? Are they being ridiculous? Are they being clowns? Or is there something to this? And my honest to God take on that is like, well, some people are being too much. Some people are acting like Sony just shot their dog. And like basically saying how like they're selling their PlayStations, and it's like, you don't even have a PlayStation. Shut up. It's like, yes, that type of stuff is like, whoa. Guys, like, what are you doing? But then there are so many people in between that I think are actually valid, where they are pointing out exactly what I'm agreeing with, which is like, this is just completely unnecessary, and it comes off as blatant greed, egregiously. We're like, even though it doesn't affect, it's like, well, it doesn't affect me, so who cares? But it's like, well, I'm trying to think about the health of the platform as a whole, where it's like, dude, Sony, like, I don't know, man. Like, if I'll put it to you this way. If you need to charge an extra $1 or $3, or $3, and that's the difference maker, there's something deeply wrong with the way you're running your business, in my opinion. Where it's like, if that's what you need to do, you have to come out and kind of look just a little bit pathetic. where it's like, you have to, like, $1, bro? Really? Gaming Survivor, take care, man. That, that bothers me a little bit, because it's like, dude, there's something wrong. Like, there's something lurking underneath that's clearly much more, like, something's not right. And I guess that's where my concern starts to lie, where it's like, dude, you shouldn't have to nickel and dime your customers like this. You shouldn't have to make it, you shouldn't have to tweet this. That's my whole thing, where it's like, you shouldn't have to do this, man. But you're doing it. What's wrong? Something's broken here. Something's wrong. Because if it's not sheer greed, then it does mean something's wrong internally. You shouldn't have to pay for online in 2026. I mean, yeah, I can get behind that. It does suck. But I don't think that's ever going to change. I mean, people think that Microsoft is going to go for like free online with Helix, and it's like, I don't buy that at all. I mean, if they do, I hope they do. Because that would definitely put Sony in a position where it's like, Sony. By the way, guys, we need 10 more likes, and we're going to do it. 10 more. What's that noise? $1 price increase for millions of subscribers would increase their gross margins. I know. And that's, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, I mean, we know what it is. You know, I get frustrated because this isn't the Sony. This isn't the best version of Sony we can get. That's my point. And I think that's really all I'm trying to advocate for right now, man. Is it's just like, I don't necessarily, again, I don't want to see Sony reach a point where they were with the PS3 generation, where it's like, okay, your business is actually almost dead and you need to scramble to save this. I don't think that would ever be necessary again. That's too extreme. You know, I don't want to see any of these platforms die. But when I look back at that, it's like, when you saw Sony, like, they were fighting for you, man. They needed to fight for you. They would, the PlayStation of the later PlayStation 3 era or the PS4 era wouldn't have done this. Well, I don't know. Then again, hold on. Then again, Sony, when they went into the PS4 gen, they did announce, yeah, we're going to charge for online. Blund with the super chat says, what's with all the PlayStation accounts being hacked? I don't know. There's something going on internally with Sony and their security. Be on alert. I don't know what's going on with that. No corporation fights for you. Well, they do if another corporation is stealing their customers. So I don't know. I just find myself in a position with PlayStation where it is a bit awkward, because it's like, yeah, I can't pretend that. And I guess it's not my fault per se, 100%, because it's like, well, this is kind of the position they put you in. We're like, lick that PlayStation, bro. All right. Pause. Hold on. Let's calm down for a second. Boy, I don't do myself any favors, do I? No, I sure don't. Speaking of licking, guys, 4 more likes and we hit 169. 4 more. We're about to do it. We did it. I mean, I feel like we already did do it. I know you guys will do it. 4 more. He'll be back at 140. Well, he'll be pleased. Dude, my arm is killing me. I'm going to be honest, man. One of the biggest problems I've been encountering, and I'm not trying to make an excuse here. It's true though. It is so hard for me to maintain my focus with this shit. It's like I have to put so much extra energy into remaining focused. Do I? No, I'm good for. I don't know. You know what? Hold on. I need to get my beating sock. I got my heating sock. Look at that. I'm gonna have to slap this baby. This is a PlayStation fan. This is Sony. All right? I'm just kidding. No, this is an Xbox fan hoping for exclusives to return. This is Asha Sharma. I got to be careful. I'm going to end up like breaking this, and then there's rice in here, guys. There's rice in here. Okay? There's rice. You heat it up. It looks kind of crazy, but it creates moist heat. It's really good. It's really good for the boss. You want it? There you go. Look at that. It's like an accessory for you. All right, so I got to put this, Mrs. MBG, if you're listening, do you think you could come grab my sock sack and put it in the microwave for me? Thanks. See, guys, I got my wife's the best. My wife is the best. You have a rice pillow? My arm is killing me, though, for real. Mrs. MBG, please take my sack, and put that in the microwave. Thank you.
He's literally following me everywhere. Like every time
He loves you now. He's your best friend now. He's the cat you always wanted. Michael has returned. All right, did we hit? Will Michael be pleased? We hit it. We went to 173. Thank you, guys. Let's see if we can push for 200 at some point now. Yeah, I do appreciate that. It does help with the algorithm. So congratulations.
Holy shit.
You guys did it. I normally eat rice. Well, you should put it in the microwave and then just put it on your body. That's what you should do. All right. So anyway, yeah, let me get back on track here. I guess what I was trying to say is Sony puts us in a position. They put us in this position where it's like they will continue to do the things that the fans want, the things that probably brought you to PlayStation, and they'll do them well, generally speaking. I'm not saying 100% of the time, but broadly speaking. But it's all the auxiliary things they're doing that create a lot of, again, is it hyperbolic at times? Yes. The doom and gloom, the negativity, is it overstated? Yes. But it's there and it's real nonetheless. And I do think that's just where we are, right? And it puts people like me, and I think many others, in a position where it's like, well, you have to make a decision, if you want to be like me, and I don't necessarily know that I would recommend you be like me, because look at me, I'm insane. No, but really, it's like, if you want to be like me, where I'm trying to be as fair as I can and see both sides of the coin and see the good and see the bad all the time and everything, you're going to have a really hard time on the internet. Take it from me, because that's not how people usually operate. And it does kind of overcomplicate things, and a lot of people don't want to hear both sides. They just want to, they already made up their mind, and they just want that kind of reaffirmed. They want that validated. And yeah, I don't know, man. Would it be more beneficial for me to just look at the PlayStation Plus price increase and be like, who cares? Like, who's gonna cry over $1? Probably. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, it would be more beneficial for me to do that, but you know, it wouldn't be completely genuine. But I don't know. Maybe I would be better off just kind of taking the approach of how does it affect me? And maybe I should convey it that way, because I don't know. This is the problem where I try to think about other people. I try to think about those who are affected, you know, like I don't know, man. I consider myself open-minded enough to listen to what, you know, the potential problems that people have, because I guess from my perspective, it's like, look, man, I'm rooting for PlayStation to do better and be better. And part of that, you know, would be like, yeah, you should take in feedback from people. It's like when we talk about the idea of Sony having to open up their storefront, it's like, that's not going to hurt me. You know? That would only be good for people who play on PlayStation. But I don't know. I guess at the same time, if it's like, well, how would that affect you, MBG? It's like, it wouldn't, because I'm still going to just buy my games physically. So maybe it's my fault for kind of trying to, I don't know, focus too much on the things that I'm actually not really, they don't really pertain to me as much as I think they do. Sony said PlayStation has no games. Now even Sony's saying it? Come on. Come on, man. Vlund with a $5 super chat. You're saying Wario64 stated about 1 to 2 hours ago that Darksiders War Mastered Edition will be a free upgrade on Xbox, but a $10 upgrade for PlayStation owners? Why? That's weird. I'm pretty sure that, like, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that's not Sony's fault. Maybe I'm wrong, because, like, I'm pretty sure these companies determine whether or not, like, Sony's not the one charging for that, as far as I'm aware. Because if that was the case, why have so many other developers given free upgrades on PlayStation? Let me look into this. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So it says the random PS5 upgrade for Darksiders War Mastered Edition, which in itself is a PS4 remaster of a PS3 game, is now available. It's packing a few enhancements and updates, but the current owners of the PS4 version might be surprised to learn that they have to pay to access the new PS5 version. That is this. What's up?
You gave them terrible sock heating instructions. You need to tell them that the rice has to be uncooked.
Oh, yeah, don't cook the rice.
Verify. And also, for moist heat, you have to put a cup of water in the microwave next to it.
Oh.
Or it'll just be dry.
Right. My bad. Okay. This is a hot-ass sock. Holy shit. I'm going to be sweat. You guys are going to start seeing me sweat.
It's not even that hot.
It is to me.
You a baby.
I'm a bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hope this helps. Guys, just ignore this sock hanging from my neck. Oh, holy shit, dude. Give me a break. All right, let me continue reading this here. So it says, that is despite the fact that the Xbox One and Series X upgrade available on Microsoft consoles is free of charge. Current PS4 owners have to pay $10 to upgrade to the new PS5 version, providing them access to, quote, native 4K rendering, a photo mode, and support for the PS5 DualSense controller features. The difference in upgrade options between PS5 and Xbox Series appears to stem from how the dated action title is staying priced on PS4, according to a press release. The PS4 version of Darksiders is remaining at $20, while today's new PS5 version is $30. On Xbox, the Xbox One version is going up in price to $30 to match the Series Edition. Well, then there you go. Well, that's why. That's so stupid, though. Like, why? Whatever. I don't get that. Like, wait. I don't understand. I don't understand this, like, at all. I mean, dude, I thought it was because well, here's what I don't understand. They say the difference is because the PS4 price of the game is staying at $20. But the PS5 version is $30. But the Xbox One version is going up to $30. I don't understand. I mean, I genuinely don't understand what's going on here. It says the ones losing out are current PS4 owners looking to upgrade because they already own the game, but they have to pay $10 to access the PS4 and PS5 upgrade path. The Xbox version of this upgrade path is free. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. If I'm not, okay, this seems to be tethered to that problem that PlayStation has had for a little while now, where for some reason there's like, they don't have like a seamless upgrade path. First, I don't know why. It seems like devs, I don't know if they have to put in like some extra work for the PlayStation version. Maybe that's why. I'm not sure. Well, Sony's not really getting the money. That's the weird thing about it. I mean, I guess they're getting a small cut, but it's kind of irrelevant. Did you see what Guy Richards from Xbox said about Xbox continuing to meet players where they are? No. No, did I miss something? I must have. I didn't see that. Let me see. Oh, well, I see this. Hold on. I'm on Push Square's website. Oh my God. Hold on a second, guys. Fuck. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna need to keep heating this up because this is like the only thing that's been helping a little bit. Sorry. This is so distracting. How long is it gonna be like this? All right, listen. I have a write-up here from Push Square. It says Xbox fans flock to online suggestions box to tell Microsoft to keep games off of PS5. Time is a flat circle, and in lockstep with Phil Spencer's tenure back in 2014, new Xbox CEO Ashish Sharma has introduced a community suggestions box for fans to submit their ideas for the brand. By the way, I'm not going to feed Microsoft's tedious engagement activities and write Xbox here in all caps because that's just nonsense, isn't it? Oh, yeah, okay. For a second, I didn't realize what they were talking about. I think Xbox officially changed their name to all caps. It's not Xbox. It's Xbox. Get it right. Unsurprisingly, the most upvoted idea right now is exclusives, written in all capital letters, exactly like that. They could have added some exclamation marks for emphasis. Here's the full suggestion, which has attracted almost 10,000 upvotes as of the time of writing. Quote, Xbox was built off of great exclusive games. You cannot sell any consoles without a reason to buy the console compared to your competition or even sending your tentpole games over to your competitor. Bring them back, please. The idea has over 1,000 comments, which was briefly read through, so you don't have to. I'm going to ask... Hookshot Media if I can get danger pay for doing this job because because I almost had an aneurysm running through some of these. Why doesn't Push Square realize they come off a little bit salty with this shit, the way they're writing it? Everybody's so angry all the time. I'm angry too. I was just yelling like 30 minutes ago. Who am I to say? But all right, so apparently some of the comments that they waded through, somebody says, cancel Halo Campaign Evolved, Fable, and Gears of War E-Day on PS5. Don't bring Forza Horizon 6 to PS5. Make Elder Scrolls 6 and all future Xbox Studio games only on Xbox. Sony and Nintendo have their own exclusives, and Xbox needs theirs too. Halo and Gears on PlayStation will make people choose PS5 over Xbox every time. So apparently this is like an official suggestions box. This is like official. This is something that Microsoft announced. And I don't know, man. Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about in my title, where I said Xbox fans are currently begging for the return of exclusive games. But I think the problem with this ultimately, and I think Xbox players, I'll put it to you this way. The greatest thing Xbox could do, the greatest thing Asha Sharma could do is come out and say, we hear you, we heard you, we're now making our games exclusive to Xbox. We're not releasing them on PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch 2, or other consoles. That's the greatest thing they could do. I'm not opposed to that. I do want to go back to simpler times of competition through the console ecosystems, through the consoles themselves, through the vector of it, great exclusive games. I've never truly been opposed to this. However, no matter how many times I read about this, and it's popping up on like a weekly basis, because now, and this is something that Asha Sharma does have to consider, Herman Hulst just announced today to all of PlayStation staff that we are going back to exclusives. So Sony is basically announcing that they're doing the thing that Xbox fans are begging Microsoft to do. No matter how many times I read this, no matter how many times I hear Asha Sharma is reevaluating, no matter what is stated by fanboys, their reasoning, I have a simple question. And that question is, how many millions of units do you think Forza Horizon 6 is going to sell on PlayStation 5? The answer to that question is going to be many millions of units. How many PS5 players are going to probably buy the more expensive premium edition at $120? Probably well over 1 million. Or close to it. I just don't see how Asha Sharma can look at that and rationally decide we're going back to exclusives. That's the difference between the situation that Microsoft finds themselves in with bringing games over to PS5 and Sony finds themselves in with putting their games over to PC. The reason why Sony can so easily walk away from PC is because the games that they were porting over were not selling well. You better believe that if Sony was selling millions of copies, if Sony ported a game like God of War to PC and it sold like 3 million copies, they would still be putting games on PC. For sure. Guaranteed. But they didn't. They sold like, I don't know, maybe like 200,000 units, 300,000 units. It's these numbers that look paltry compared to what they're getting on console. Well, that's the thing. You're saying because no day and date for Forza. Well, the alternative is that Xbox could go back to timed exclusivity. But what's the point of that? I'm serious, man. Like what? Like Xbox players who were begging for exclusives to come back right now clearly don't feel okay about Forza Horizon 6 being a timed exclusive for like 6 months. Because they probably see it the same way I see it, in the same way you see it, in the same way most people see it, which is it's not really exclusivity. Like, it's just a 6-month wait period. It's a 6-month delay. Like, that doesn't do anything. That's not meaningful. You know? At least I don't know how that could be meaningful. It would be like if Sony came out and said, we're launching Wolverine on PlayStation 5 in September, and then we're going to bring it to PC in like March or something. It's like, what's even the point, dude? Like, I mean, look, by that I mean, when I say what's the point, I just mean, like, why not just do it day and date then? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they did that with Death Stranding 2, and yeah, Death Stranding 2 was actually like, I think that was like 8 or 9 months or something. But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to close the window that much, like, why even bother? It just feels so forced and so artificial. Blonde with a $5 chat says, Forza 6 is currently over 250,000 players on Steam concurrently. It's the best to put it on PlayStation. The sales would be great, and Gran Turismo just does not cut it. You think so? I mean, I think it depends on who you ask. Some people love Gran Turismo. Some people love Gran Turismo and don't like Forza Horizon. But I am in agreement that Forza Horizon fills a need. It fills in a portfolio gap that I think does exist on PlayStation, where like there really isn't an open world racer like this at this level. So it fits in nicely. But you can buy an Xbox or PC if you want to play Forza. I mean, I'm just saying, man, like, well, the crew exists. That's true. That's true. They just have to make a decision, dude. You know? And I just think Asha Sharma needs to think really hard. I said this on my last stream, and I will bring it up again because I do think it's worth mentioning every time we have this conversation. And it's that, like, dude, there is... When we talk about Project Helix, I think so many people overlook the fact that, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to say this with sheer confidence because it goes against what Asha Sharma says, but I will believe it when I see it, man. And what I'm talking about is she keeps trying to talk, and you know, Xbox as a whole, like, they keep trying to talk about how the console's at the center. We're getting back to console gaming. And, like, that's why this conversation of exclusivity is popping up. Because it's like, okay, you want to go back to console gaming and you want to get serious about it. Well, yeah, exclusives were very much a major part of that. Like, the biggest part of it, potentially. And that's the thing, man. It's like, if Sony were to say, which they haven't yet, but if they were, if Sony were to say, we're going back to making our single-player tentpole games exclusive to just the PlayStation because we want to continue to sell PlayStations and we want them to sell as well as they can, I actually believe them. And do you know why I believe them? Because that's what, like, yes, that is actually what you are doing. That's what you have done. That's what you're doing. That's what you have achieved. And so it's like, with Xbox, it's so much harder to believe that because it's like, well, you guys, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's like you tried to do that. You didn't do it. What's different now? Other than the fact that your box is going to be way more expensive than it ever has been before, which means it has an even less of a chance of selling well. What's different now? And that's the thing, is I don't think anything's different. I think it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what the end game is here for Xbox. I don't know what the end game is, but I do know that they've tried to win before, and it didn't work. And everything they tried to do did not work. You know, the reason why Xbox is putting their games on PlayStation is because of that. It's because everything they tried didn't work. It's because they need the money, dude. Like, if you look at Microsoft's last earnings for gaming, they're not good. They haven't been good for like 5 quarters, for like over a whole fiscal year. It's not my problem. I don't care, you know, but if I'm being realistic about my evaluation of this, it's like they definitely care, dude. Like they aren't trying to just constantly and consistently always lose money on Xbox. So I'm just not at all convinced, man. I'm not at all convinced that Microsoft is actually going to go back to exclusives, because it doesn't make sense for them to do that. I want them to, but it simply doesn't make sense. I can't deny that. I cannot deny that. You know? It makes sense for PlayStation, because it's like, well, how many units of the PlayStation console has Sony sold this gen? Over 93 million, probably going to hit 100 million. That's a good reason to maybe consider maintaining your status quo, or what was your status quo with exclusives, because that's really successful. If Sony was sitting at like 60 million sold, even 70, maybe it would make sense for them to think about expanding more rapidly and not go back to that type of strategy. Kazjam with a $5 chat. You're saying some PC fans just want Sony to cheapen the PlayStation brand so that they can feel that PC is above everything else. Can't do that when games are exclusive. Yeah, I mean, I definitely encounter that with some people. That's definitely a thing. I think there's more truth to that than maybe we realize at times with people, because it's like, dude, I don't know. I maintain that if exclusivity is so bad, then PC is also bad. Because what about all the games that are exclusive to PC? Are you crying for console players? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like, are you crying for console players not having those games? Because if you're not, then you're just a hypocrite, and that's just not cool, you know? So we should just look at it for what it really is, and what it really is every platform has its strengths and weaknesses, and exclusives are a part of that. They always have been. This is why I actually do understand the Xbox players who are begging for Xbox to go back to exclusivity, because I do agree with them. You know, the logic isn't there from a business standpoint for Microsoft, but the logic is there from a more platform-oriented standpoint, where, you know, Microsoft taking this whole road of trying to make it seem like exclusives are bad. Exclusives are not good. Exclusives are detrimental. It's like, dude, you better hope you guys don't have to go back to exclusives, because you are fucking this up real bad. Because you know who doesn't think exclusives are bad? Nintendo. You know who's doing well? Nintendo. You know who doesn't think exclusives are bad? PlayStation. You know who's doing well? PlayStation. You know who doesn't think exclusives are bad? The entire PC platform that has thousands of games exclusive to that platform, and they don't give a fuck that they're not on console. And they're doing just fine. They're doing great. I have tried for a very long time to communicate to people that Xbox is the odd one out. Okay? Xbox is the loser. I don't care how much of a fanboy that makes me sound like. It is the truth. I'm not saying they can't win again. I'm not saying they can't come back. I'm not saying they can't succeed again. But generally speaking, they are the loser, and that is just what it is. In a race, there's got to be somebody that's in last place. There has to be. The problem that I've had with Xbox for years, and I still have, even with this new marketing, is that it's like, stop posturing yourself like you're an industry leader. You're not. You're the opposite of an industry leader. You can't even follow well. If you could follow well, you'd at least be on Sony's tail. You'd at least be on Nintendo's tail. You can't even do that. And that's why it's always bothered me that this brand and the people who run this brand, you know, they don't seem to understand that. Where it's like these guys are the last ones that should be trying to make it seem like they're the one forging a path forward. No, you're not. Hence why everybody's begging you to go back to exclusives. Michael Werner said that said in the Discord he'll pick either what chat tells him to do or me. I said a 50-pack. Oh, so like 50 memberships. I have to restart my YouTube app. It isn't working. Godspeed. Chat, what do you want Michael to do? He said I'll do whatever you want him to do. Mrs. MBG says, what? Michael's saying whatever. Oh, Michael, whatever. All right. Well, I want 100 member gifts. I want at least $150 super chat, and then I want like a $100 direct donation, and then I want like 2 large pizzas, and maybe some ice cream from, I don't know. There's a Hershey's place somewhere around here, I think. That would be good. And you know what? Maybe some root beer. Maybe some root beer, too. Root beer's pretty good. All sounds good to me. How's that sound? And a back rub. Yes, actually. Yes. A deep massage on my back, bro. Oh, my God. That ain't gay. Listen, I know how people are gonna, and honestly, I don't care anymore. I don't care how people take it. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm not saying that because Xbox is the one that lost and because they're the one that was in last place, they should give up and be like, you know what? We do suck. We do suck. We shouldn't even try. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they shouldn't be the ones. Not even them. Like, it's not even them. It's the fans, dude. It's like, guys, stop it. Stop it. Like, you keep winning. I get it. Like, the fans are excited because they're winning the battle of I guess the marketing battle, right? Like, you have the wind is, I don't know. It's in your favor. It's at your back. Like, but it's like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, at the end of the day, that doesn't mean anything, man. And that's what I don't fucking get. Like, it just feels weird where it's like, do the thing, Microsoft, do the thing. Even the Xbox fans are starting to realize, like, you want to change the logo. You want to make Xbox all capital letters. Ooh, good job. You want to do these great interviews. You want to communicate. And these are all fine things. There's nothing wrong with any of these things. And it's like, okay, oh, look, we lowered the price of Game Pass. We took out Call of Duty. But, hey, we lowered the price. So that's good, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, it came at a price, but a lot of people are like, that's fine. These are all fine things. You want to do some new updates to the Xbox dashboard. This is fine. But it's like, if you want to actually do something consequential, there, Asha, there it is. Do it. Do it. Do it. I mean, really, do it. Like, just do it, And Michael Werneth. Michael, membership Werneth, he does it. I said do it, and he did it. He done did it. He drops 50 member gifts for you guys in the chat.
Holy shit.
Michael Werneth. Oh, boss is getting excited. He done did it. W's in the chat. Michael just opened a 50-pack. And you know why he did that? He did that for you guys because you guys came through. We requested, let's get to 169 likes, and you crushed it. We're sitting at 187. And considering the viewership we have, that's really, really good. So thank you guys so much for that. You really help the channel out when you do that. And Michael, thank you so much for 50 member gifts. Insert Shia LaBeouf do it memes. Yeah, do it. Wait, hold on. I can bring that up. It's the least I can do. It's the least I can do.
Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow, so just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it! If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
And that is my message to Asha Sharma. Just do it, bro. Just do it. Dude, I need to make that a soundbite. That's too good. That's too good. Just do it. That's a classic. That's a classic. I love that. I mean, in all seriousness, that is exactly what I'm trying to say to Xbox, though. And I think a lot of Xbox fans are just like, come on, Sony just did it. Sony just decided, hey, we are going back to exclusivity. I think Xbox should, man. I know it doesn't make sense financially, but God, like, can you just imagine how intense, like, the next gen shootout would be? All right. Yeah, so Michael, thank you again, man, for the 50 member gifts. We're at 55 now, so you think it'll be dumb? I don't think it would be dumb. I mean, it could be dumb. It could be if Project Helix is like $1,000. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't believe it, man. I don't believe it. I just don't see how it could be possible. Like, if this console you're making is really going to be this expensive, how are you going to sell exclusive games on it? I mean, no matter how good the next Halo is, no matter how good State of Decay 3 or something, or you know, these future titles you have in development, Blade, right? No matter how good it is, it's like, bro, how are you going to sell 50 million of this box that's priced at that? I don't know. I would love to see them try. I have to admit that. I have to admit, like, I would love to see them say, we're going to figure it out. My sock does need microwaving. Yeah, I can't get this pain to go for my arm, dude. This is, yeah, I don't know. This is, like, new. Isn't Project Helix just an app on Windows, though? I mean, I don't know. There's still too much we don't officially know about it yet.
He literally just follows me. Hey, Loon's on the floor, you know.
Oh, well, when he leaves, I'll give him some.
He's coming down. You got his greenies?
Studios will shut down because no.
You got his greenies?
Oh, yeah. Let me grab those. Saying studios will shut down because nobody's buying games.
Come here, Daddy. I'll give you treats.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. There is a massive risk involved if Microsoft does go back to exclusives. You don't like these treats, boss. Oh God, they're surrounding me. Help! Here. Okay, guys, relax. You're stressing me out. Boss, here. Sorry, I'm surrounded by cats that want treats. Suck it to them. Okay, Luna, you don't want these ones? Hold on, guys. Sorry. Dude, I am struggling. I'm feeling so claustrophobic and hot right now. Xbox did this to me. Raven, I'm going to read your super chat. Just give me a second. I have to readjust myself. I have to reorient here. All right? I have to reorient. It feels like somebody's fucking ripping the muscle off of my forearm. No, it's good if I'm hot. It's good. Did you guys just hear that? Boss, that was disgusting. That was like the most mucus sounding cat hiss I ever heard. He's like, what was that? Raven, you're saying, I'm sorry, no console is flying off the shelves with a price point of $1,200 to $1,500, even if you put true exclusives, the true exclusives label on it. LMAO, bury that shit. I'm in agreement. If it's going to be that expensive, don't bother. Ever. Don't even do timed exclusivity. Even timed exclusivity is stupid. Even that's stupid at that price point, dude. Oh. Hey, whoa, hey, whoa. What is going on?
Papa trying to fight Luna for greenies.
Thanks.
Look at him. He's so big.
He's massive.
He's scared to jump in the kitchen window. He looks at me like, please leave me.
We have a cheese and chainsaws. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Sorry, I just gotta. I'm gonna have to just start drinking on stream, dude. Like, this ain't gonna work. You're saying timing of the PlayStation hacks right after the price increase. It is strange. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this PlayStation hacking situation. I mean, it's weird because like the hackers are like bypassing like two-step verification and shit. And people are saying that the only way that could happen is if this is some kind of like inside job or some shit like that. So I don't know if there's a connection with that cheese and chainsaws, but it is strange. It is coincidental potentially, but it's strange. It is strange. And masochist mode. Thank you, Michael, by the way. Thank you for the stay hydrated. I'm still drinking my coffee, but I don't feel dehydrated, which is good. Masochist mode, a member for 15 months, says, hey, MBG, hope you're getting better. If you're doing video reactions later, I recommend The Feminization of PlayStation by ODYC. The Feminization of PlayStation. I feel like I may have seen whoa, dude. Hold on. I may have seen the thumbnail of that. I'll bring that up. I think I'll check that out later. We will react to that. ODYC, you said his name is? Is that short for something, or is that actually the name of his channel? There it is. The Feminization of PlayStation.
Let's just get...
All right, I'll react to that later on. I don't know if I'm going to agree with it entirely. I might agree with it. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I wanted to watch that, though. I'm glad you reminded me. I saw that pop up, and I was busy or something and didn't catch it. I might be next. I mean, I'm ready. Whatever, bro. Like, I just wanted to platinum Saros. I'm too... You know what? They're gonna leak my fucking Concord Platinum. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. No, not like this. That was supposed to only come out when I retired. Hackers said Dustin. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Sony's got to figure out what's going on. Don't. But masochist mode, I appreciate that, man. You know, you got fucking 5 cats trying to stream. Is the mic okay, guys? I think it's good. All right, let me focus up here. I'm sorry I'm having such a hard time today. God damn. It's weird, man, because like I want to say I'm getting better, but like the pain has completely transferred to my fucking arm, and I don't know if it's worse than the pain was before. Like, what the hell is going on, man? I'm sorry to complain. I'm sorry to whine. I just it's messing with me psychologically at this point, where like I don't understand what is happening. All right. I'm trying not to worry about it. It's just you've seen less static shock on the microphone since the basement has been refurbished. Yeah, I noticed that too. It doesn't happen really anymore. I don't know why. I don't think I'll ever know. I checked the outlets and stuff, or my father-in-law did, and they were all good. Why are they not giving you cortisol injections locally? I don't know. They prescribed steroids, like I think a 1 week protocol, and they're sending me to physical therapy. But like, I don't know, man. I know what the problem is. Like, the problem is I have a severely pinched nerve. Something is causing the impingement of my nerve. It could be a disc herniation. It could be muscle spasms. It could be muscle spasms caused by a disc herniation, which is then pinching the nerve. It could be a bone spur. You know, I only got a CT scan, and that only shows so much. I seemingly would need an MRI for them to have a very detailed look of like, oh, this is exactly what's wrong. And for some reason, they don't seem interested in giving me an MRI anytime soon. So I don't know, man. I'm trying to just push through the pain and hope that I wake up one day and soon, and it's just like, oh, okay. It's finally starting to go away. I thought it was, but it's just moving in my arm. So it's not numbness or tingling. It's just straight pain. It feels like my muscles are, you know, the pain you would get when you get like a Charlie horse. It's like that, except it's in my arm, and it's like constant. So I don't know. Sorry, it's just hard not to get down, bro. This is why I'm so mad at Sony right now. Like, Sony, I just want some good news, bro. No GTA pre-orders. What the fuck? I can't believe. Sounds like the nerve pain is moving. Yeah, I mean, is that good or bad? I don't know. Shadowlink, you're saying the real reason PlayStation got away from PC is that they. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Actually, do some PT. Saying the real reason PlayStation got away from PC is that it probably gives hackers a gateway into their ecosystem. Also, hope you feel better. And white birch beer float with vanilla bean ice cream. That sounds amazing. Now that sounds amazing. Hell yeah, dude. I love root beer. Root beer is my favorite soda. Birch beer is good too. I like cream soda too. Cream soda is good. Soda's very addicting. You think GTA 6 is definitely going to be at Summer Game Fest? I don't know. At this point, I've given up. GTA 6 will be here whenever it decides it wants to be here. That could be tomorrow. That could be the day before it comes out. I'm done trying to predict it, man. After that Best Buy fiasco, holy shit. That's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. You think I'm going to have to push for that MRI? Yeah. I mean, I will. If the pain doesn't go away, I will. I'm not gonna be able to live like this. It's too much. I don't want to like have to live on painkillers every day. I mean, honestly, every painkiller I've taken doesn't do anything. That's the problem. You're saying you had a herniated disc in your lumbar, had to have it cut out, worst pain I've ever had. Shit, man. Yeah, I don't know. I want to believe my body can heal, but I don't know. I don't know the extent of the damage. I don't know what's truly wrong with it. Not till I get that MRI. All right. He says, Shadowlink, do you think PlayStation magically programmed without PCs or keyboards? I mean, going back, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if there's actually truth to what Shadowlink is saying. To be honest, I don't think Sony's reasoning for leaving PC is a complicated one. I don't think there's some kind of conspiracy or it's like, there's like this intricate reason. I really do think it's just simply that Sony had to invest a certain amount of time, money, and resource into porting these PlayStation games to PC, and the money they were getting back in return, because you have to factor in every PC sale, Steam gets a 30% cut. The money that they were making was just, it just wasn't worth it. It's like, yeah, this is some extra money, but it's like, it is coming at a cost. And it seems like counterintuitive to what we're really trying to achieve here. And, that's why I said earlier that if they sold like 3 million copies of God of War on PC, you better believe at the very least God of War would still go to PC. I think Sony was waiting for that big moment. I think Sony was waiting for that big pop of like, holy shit, Spider-Man 2 just sold 4 million copies on PC. I think if Sony got that, even just one time, I think they would still be doing PC ports, but they didn't. They didn't get it with any of their games. Not a single tentpole title they released that wasn't multiplayer or live service, not a single one, I think, sold even a million copies or something, or anywhere close to like 1.5 or 2 million. They didn't have a hit. That's what I'm trying to say. They didn't have a hit on PC. And I think that if they did have a hit game on PC, single player wise, they would still support it. But, it was not worth it to dilute the brand. Look at Xbox ever since they went the PC route. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. When we get into the conversations of like, is exclusivity good? Is exclusivity bad? I mean, I overthink it, as you guys know. And when I overthink it, I tend to sit on the fence. And that's because I'm like scanning. I'm going through every. I'm like imagining every different mindset and mentality and position that a person can be in. But again, I have to just start speaking for me. And it's like, for me, I like exclusives, dude. I don't think that's a secret. I don't think that's ever been a secret. I like exclusives because it's just too important to the console, man. To me, it is. It's too important to the identity of the brand itself. And I agree with that. Like, it's just one of these things where if it didn't start out that way, that statement wouldn't be true. But it did start out that way. Like, it literally started out as, why would you buy a PlayStation 1 over a Nintendo 64 or just staying on your NES or whatever, your SNES? Or whatever. I mean, God, there were so many different consoles back then. Why buy a PlayStation 1? You buy a PlayStation 1 because we got Final Fantasy VII. We got Crash Bandicoot. We got Metal Gear Solid. And it's ironic because those weren't even like first-party games. Sony's didn't really have much of a first-party presence in the PS1 days. But it's like, that is what defined that console. That is literally what made people say, I'm getting this shit. And then they had great third-party support too. And that created the snowball effect, where the PS1 was a huge success, mega success, dude. And so that continued with the PS2, the PS3, and the PS4, and it only changed with the PS5, where it's like, if Sony decides entering the PlayStation 6 that they want to go back to that, I'm like, yeah, that's what you are. That's what you do. Do what you do. That's why I'm here. That's how you got me. Dude, if it wasn't for exclusives, I wouldn't be playing on PlayStation. Do you know why? Because there was a time where I left PlayStation where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm going to something else now. Ironically, because of exclusives. And the only thing that brought me back was, it was like Sony being like, you want to play this God of War, this Bloodborne, this Horizon, this Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us Part 2, Last of Us 1, you know? And the list just went on. And it's like, fuck, yeah, I want to play those. I finally got to that point where like, yeah, I want to play these games. And I've been here ever since. You know, I was here for most of my childhood, and then they got me back as an adult, and now I'm still here. And that's why I'm just like, yeah, dude, I'm never going to frown upon exclusivity. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, I don't mean, this is where I try to be mature about it, where it's like, if somebody says to me, it's like, well, what if you can't afford a console? It's like, I feel for that. I get that. Like, I'm not going to say you're wrong for wanting this game to be everywhere. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say that, you know, there's a certain quality behind these companies that produce these consoles and decide they want to produce their own suite of games to show off those consoles, to shine on those consoles, and to give people a reason to care about those consoles. I don't see that as bad. I just don't. I never will. And, you know, if there are people out there that want to make fun of me because of that, or think I'm stupid because that's like, okay, well, I'm not the only one. You know, I'm far from the only one, man. And it just is what it is. So that's why I do want to see it's, and that's the thing, like Mario, you're saying exclusivity drives competition between brands. That's the thing, dude, is it's just like, I'm not opposed to that either. Like, that, if anything, that is that level of competition that existed for like 20 years between PlayStation, Microsoft, and Nintendo. Like, that is what I know. And I didn't hate it. I thought it was fucking cool, dude. I'm like, yo, Nintendo, you want to lock down Resident Evil 4 as an exclusive? You got me. You got me. I got your GameCube. And I bought some other games for it too. It wasn't my go-to console, but they got me. Sony got me with the PS1. They got me with the PS2. They eventually got me with the PS3 too. Xbox got me with exclusives. They got me with Left 4 Dead when I found out that wasn't coming to PlayStation. And I definitely wasn't going to PC. They got, ironically enough, a console exclusive. You know, I remember Gears of War. Like, I remember the hype for that. I'm like, dude, this shit looks insane. Fucking God, man. That like, even just something like State of Decay, where I'm like, this is so cool. Like, man, this game's good. Why is this game so good? And yeah, like, to me, that is, I don't know, that'll always be special to me. It'll never not be special. Even when it comes to like Pokemon with the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy SP. There are more tentpole titles from Sony on PC than Xbox games on PlayStation, though. Sony's doing great. Well, I see where you're coming from, Why Me? And what I'll say to that is, like, dude, they could... I do believe Sony doesn't have to go back to exclusives to remain successful. I want to make that clear. Like, I think if anything, it has been proven that, yeah, we can put our games on PC over time and still sell just as many consoles. But the thing that I continue to bring up, and I talked about this in the video that I released today, is like, they are about to enter the PlayStation 6 generation, and I really firmly believe that Sony's going to have a much harder time convincing people to buy the PlayStation 6 than they did with the PlayStation 5. I think we're mostly in agreement with that. And so I believe that having exclusives, even if that just comes in the form of you're not going to get this on PC, you're not going to get this on any other console, I think they're going to need that. They're going to need that. Genuinely. More than they needed it with the PS5. So I think, I always try to remind people too, like Sony can always go back to PC. Leo, you're saying, bro, was almost finished with my remix Neo gameplay. Whole video got corrupted in Share Factory. Got to start from scratch. God damn, that sucks, Leo. Sorry to hear that, bro. Damn Share Factory. Trash software, man. I don't think it's about a right, so to speak, because the same can be said about any leisure of luxury item. The poor can't afford it, and sometimes people that aren't poor still can't. Yeah, and, I have to admit to Shadowlink that, like, I've never been one to feel like, man, I really want to see gaming grow to the extent that I want to see everybody involved, as many people as possible. I've never been like that. It's not that I'm like, maybe it is a bit of a gatekeeping mentality, but it's just, I think, a simple understanding that, by the way, see, my pain has subsided a little bit. Notice how I'm a little bit more calm. A little bit more calm, just chatting, feeling a little bit better. See what happens? You guys think I'm crazy. Like, that's why I was losing it earlier. I'm telling you. You got a lot of rants coming up, guys. A lot of rants. But I do believe that, the more you saturate the market with new customers, mostly customers that you had to go to and not convince to come to you, usually the only way you can do that is by like lowering the barrier of entry more and more and more and more and making it more and more and more accessible. And most of the time there is a price to be paid in order to do that. It's like, how do we make the millions, the hundreds of millions of people out there that don't care about AAA games care about AAA games? Well, one of the only options is you have to find a way to just put it in front of them without asking them to make a big investment to enjoy it or to partake. And that's where it's like, you think about things like cloud gaming, but we're just not there yet. And maybe that will be how they do it. But a lot of times it's like, well, we have to change what it is fundamentally. It's not that they don't want it because they can't afford it. They don't want it because they're not interested. And that might be the problem with AAA console gaming, and to an extent, AAA PC gaming, where it's like, dude, there were times where these consoles were out on the market for like $200. And these people still wouldn't buy it. You had every game of the generation out with the PS4 and the PS3, even the PS2, and these consoles dropped in price so much and people still wouldn't buy it because they're just not interested. They don't care, So sometimes it's not even about getting it in front of them. It's just, you can't. I think Microsoft found this out the hard way with Game Pass, where it's like, it's only $1. It's only $1. And it's like, why are we still not getting more people? It's like, dude, because and this is where I think there's a major disconnect with gaming executives and the business world, where it's like they are under this impression that video games can be just as desirable and mainstream as movies, as TV, as music. And it's like, no, they can't. I'm sorry, but they just cannot. Maybe something like Candy Crush, sure. I mean, the most simplistic of simplistic. But if we're talking about gaming, like especially AAA gaming, no, Games demand so much more of you than a movie, than sitting down and watching a season of a TV series or listening to music. And this is what too many business executives seem to not understand. You know, they don't seem to understand that, like, you can put a game like God of War Ragnarok in front of somebody and say it's free. Doesn't mean they're going to play it, man. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, what do I got to do? I got to play this thing? Oh, wait. Oh, shit. This is pretty complicated. Like, they're just not interested. That's not what they want to do. Like, I'm going to watch a movie. That's what I want to do. We have Zenzo. You're saying without console, Steam has no reason to be nice to you. Without competition, Steam could get greedy too. People trust it will never do that, but it could. I mean, like, I can't say you're wrong because we don't know. I think what you're saying is a possibility amongst many. Where, I don't know, dude. Like, if it was just Steam, what would that look like? I don't know. If it was just PlayStation, what would that look like? I mean, I do believe there is some level of competition, but that competition is not direct enough. And, well, Titus is saying that Steam hasn't really changed over the last 20 years. My theory is you're going to see Steam, if you are going to see Steam change in a dramatic way, that's not going to happen until Gabe Newell has departed this planet. That's my theory. I think as long as Gabe Newell is in charge, I think it's going to stay the same or get better. Because, you know, that's what he does. He's gotten very rich doing it, you know, so it works for him. There's nothing wrong with that, John. It's like getting a Toyota and saying everyone should drive a Toyota. Let me see. We also have Mario B with the super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says Xbox got lazy over the years. Putting games everywhere means they don't have to earn your dollar. Phil Spencer admitted they couldn't close the gap. I mean, the only thing I would say to that, Mario, is I don't think I would use the term lazy. I get why you're using that term. The only reason I wouldn't use that term is because I think, to me, lazy says they didn't try. And from my observations and from my understanding, Phil definitely tried. Like, they tried. The word I would use is they lacked competence. They were not competent enough. That's the word I would use personally, because when you look at everything that Phil tried to execute on with his time being the head of Xbox, I think that he fundamentally understood some things. Like, he seemed to fundamentally understand that we need to make better games. But the problem was they just simply they lacked the expertise and the competence within their development teams and their management systems to be able to facilitate those games that they really needed to make, while their competition did not. And I think that led to desperation. And I think more than half of Phil Spencer's time as the head of Xbox, unfortunately, I think will be seen through the lens of desperation, where what is Game Pass? Game Pass is desperation. What is, the Play Anywhere initiative? That's desperation. What is going day and date on PC? That's desperation. What is putting your games on the competing console? That's desperation. And if you look at what Asha Sharma is doing, and this is what I try to highlight, is Asha Sharma is taking more of a position of, we're not desperate. We're in complete control. And we're going to do whatever needs to be done. And that's fascinating to me, because it's like, well, again, like, we've been down that road. What happens when you can't do the thing that needs to be done effectively, and you're you know, your earnings reports are in the dumpster quarter after quarter, and now your job's on the line. That's what I'm interested to know. That question hasn't been answered yet. The closest thing we got to that was Asha Sharma tweeted that in response to the 5th quarterly earnings report in a row being in the negative, saying we still have work to do. And it's like, yeah, sure, but what does that mean? What if that work you want to do doesn't actually work? What if that doesn't turn things around? What then? And so, you know, I think that that's why when you look at the way Nintendo operates and the way Sony operates, and even to an extent, I mean, Steam is a little bit different. I can't really put Steam in the same category only because Steam doesn't need to operate through, they can operate through the vector of confidence because they're not a publicly traded company, as we talk about, you know? So yeah, they can be as confident as they want because they're not beholden to anybody or anything. The reason why Nintendo and Sony are able to come off as more confident, you know, is because they're making the money to back it up. You know, the moment they're not, you're going to see them start to get, the moment they don't make the money they need to make, they will get desperate. That's why, you know, that's why when I look at the, not to bring it up again, but the PS Plus price increase, even if it's by $1, like, is that desperation or is that greed? Because it can only be one or the other. But yeah, I think when I look back at Phil Spencer and what he tried to do, I just think that he didn't have I don't think he had the right vision, and I certainly don't think he had the right people around him to execute on what he wanted to do and what needed to be done in order to basically save Xbox and turn things around. Truthfully. Whether or not Asha Sharma does, I don't know. I mean, I think based off of everything I've seen with her, I think she has a much better chance just based off of, she seems to understand certain things at a fundamental level that maybe Phil, if he didn't understand them, he didn't understand them as well. But it's the execution phase that we have to see. And that's why I just tell people, like, patience, you know, don't jump the gun. We have been down this road before. But you know, I get it. People want to get excited, and I'm not trying to kill their excitement. It's just we don't know what actually lies ahead of us. Even Asha Sharma doesn't. You know, Hideaki Nishino doesn't. But we'll find out. That's for sure. We will find out together, and it'll be a good time, hopefully. Oh, you think she seems more business savvy than Phil was? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe. Like, the thing she seems to the one thing she I will say this, the one thing she immediately honed in on that I'm like, that's fascinating. Like, Phil maybe had the yips where, like, he just didn't know what to do. Like, he was overthinking everything maybe. Where, like, she just immediately understood, like, we just have to get the fans excited. We just have to say and do some things that the fans will immediately respond to. And that will automatically put us in a better position. And it's like, yeah, you're not wrong about that. How you're going to back that up, you figure that out. That comes later. But yeah, and it's just funny to think that, like, I don't know, it seems like that's one of the things Phil Spencer did not know how to do. All right. 2026 and beyond, there's some great games coming. I'm here for the gaming and going to enjoy it. Yeah, man. I'm right there with you. Like, that's the thing, man. I was saying this earlier, and it's I want to reinforce it here. It's that, like, dude, I mean, I have my moments where I have my bad days. You guys know that. Everybody has their bad days, their off days. But generally speaking, like, dude, I've been playing Saros, and it's such a fantastic game. I'm not trying to like overinflate it. I'm not just saying that because it's a PlayStation exclusive, but it really is a fantastic game where I'm like I saw somebody, they left a comment on my video today basically saying how like Housemarque's probably going to be on the chopping block next. And I'm like, dude, no way. I refuse to believe that or even entertain that because that's not, nope. Like, they're too good. They're too fucking good. If Sony were to shut down Housemarque, that would rattle my cage with PlayStation where I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. Because it's like, you're insane. Like, you're actually insane. I say this because the thing about Saros, it's like, well, what is it that you're enjoying so much about it? The gameplay, dude. That's not to say that I don't thoroughly enjoy the gameplay of other Sony games or other games in general. But it's just, the longer I play Saros, like, dude, it hits a spot. Like, it scratches an itch that you don't even know is there. You know? And I don't know. I hit it, and I need 2 more trophies to get the platinum, and I'm like, now I remember. Like, it all came back to me like, this is why I love Returnal so much. You know? And there are some aspects that aren't as good as Returnal, in my opinion, but I guess I'm just trying to say that, yeah, for as much as we talk about the business side of stuff, and as much as I could do a better job talking more about the gaming side. It's just hard for me to do that as consistently because, well, we've kind of established on the channel, like, we do talk about the platform side and the business side and stuff like that. And frankly, like, that's the stuff that makes the headlines, you know? Unfortunately, you just don't see many people really rallying behind Saros right now. A lot of the conversation around Saros, unfortunately, is like negative for reasons that I think are crazy. Not crazy, but reasons that I think are they tend to lean into a bit of extremism that I think is unwarranted and uncalled for. But, you know, I guess I'm just trying to say, like, that statement that person just said, like, yeah, man, gaming isn't bad right now. There are aspects of gaming that is not good. Like, you know, we can agree, like, the constant price increases and the uncertainty of the financial side of it all starts to get like, whoa, what's going on here? Absolutely. But assuming you can afford to continue to game, it's not a bad experience. It's actually really great. It just is one of those things where you do have to kind of accept, like, yeah, it's getting pricey, and you know, that can be unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but it's not all bad. Is what I'm trying to say. They were dumb for Blue Point. Yeah, they were. I still. That's what makes me scared at the idea of, like, when people say they're worried about Housemarque, I cannot tell them you shouldn't be. I can't tell them that because it's like, yeah, I actually, maybe we should be a little concerned. Condition Upgrade with a $5 super chat says, when you say exclusives for both PlayStation and Xbox, what kind are you talking about? We obviously can't play all of them, third and first party. I mean, when I say exclusives, I'm really referring to first party. Like, I know a big game that's releasing for PlayStation this year is Phantom Blade Zero, and that is a timed console exclusive. Sony paid for that. That's a big deal because that seems like it's going to be a highly sought after game. But I'm not really thinking about that. I'm thinking about games like Wolverine, games like Saros, games like Intergalactic, the upcoming Faye game. Those are the titles I'm really thinking about. The studios that Sony actually owns. And the same is with Xbox, you know? I think you're right. We can't play all of them. I mean, I guess you could if you really, really, really tried. It is possible. But yeah, it would be very expensive and time consuming. But yeah, that's really what I'm referring to. Saros is selling poor in the game, in my opinion, is mid. They can shut down the studio, and the majority of gamers I've seen talking about Saros is not good. You know, that, I hate that, man. Like, I hate that people are walking, like, it is genuinely a little bit upsetting that people are talking about Saros like it's a mid game. It's like, bro, what? I'm serious, man. It's like there are I'm just talking purely from gameplay, a gameplay first mentality, game mechanics, level design, flow state design. Like I don't know, man. I question that. I really do. Where it's like, bro, this is an excellently designed game. Like, I'm not saying that everybody has to like it. I think it's understandable that with the type of game it is, it's a roguelike, or maybe a roguelite, that's the appropriate term. It's kind of tough, you know, and you do have to have a certain skill level. They do offer many things in this game to make it a lot easier, though. But I don't know, man. I disagree completely with anybody who calls Saros a mid game, because in order for this to be a mid game, in my opinion, the gameplay would have to be lacking something substantial, something critical, something that's like it's missing something. This game to me is not missing something. It is, again, it's just an excellently designed game, and I'm not trying to like over hype it. Like, I'm not saying it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece and anybody who disagrees is wrong. I'm not saying that. MBG, it's the story and the agenda, bro. If you had a delicious, perfectly cooked steak, but there was a small turn in the middle, nobody's going to eat it. No, you just cut that part out. That's, all right, Nicodemus, I have to admit, you caught me off guard with that one, bro. I don't even know how to say. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, like what do you do in this situation? Like, bro, what the fuck is this? Glaze it. No, I don't want to glaze it because, like, it's not a perfect game. Like, there are aspects that I thought Returnal. There are things that I think Returnal did better, but I want to say this to you, Nicodemus. There is a truth, okay? Slight spoilers for Saros. Well, I mean, I consider them slight because I don't think it's actually, like, I think, like, there are many people who will play and beat Saros, and they will get the real ending, the true ending, and they're still not going to know what the hell's going on. So, slight spoilers for Saros, once again, but, you know, if you haven't beaten it by now, you're probably not in it for the story, which is fine. I will agree with one thing you said, Nicodemus. There is one aspect to this game that, to me, is playing into an agenda that it's like, can we please stop? Because enough is enough. It's not the character of Arjun. It's not the things he did. It's not the secret revelation that he's kind of not a good guy. It's not the problems with him and his wife and the situation that, you know, it's like she doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. She wants to get away from him. It's not that. And listen, I'll be honest with you, like, these aren't even really major spoilers because I'm telling you, like, there are quite a few people who are not going to, like, you wouldn't have picked up on some of this stuff. It's like with Returnal. Like with Returnal, and spoilers for Returnal, I had to look some stuff up afterwards because I'm like, I don't know if I fully understand what's going on here. And after I looked it up, and it's like, oh no, she was part of a program where she was going to be an astronaut, and she like had this pressure that was put on her by her mother to fulfill her career and put her career before all else. And she was kind of not a great, she had a daughter. She was kind of a bad mother because of it. And one night she was like driving, and I don't know if she was like sleep deprived or something, but she ended up swerving off the road, crashing into like a lake, and her daughter drowned, and she survived. And now like the whole concept of playing through Eternal is you're going, it's like a, you know, it's like a physical manifestation of the psychological torment and an aspect, you know, of being stuck in that cycle of guilt and, you know, what you did. And this is where I think Housemarque, honestly, I think they're like masters of their craft, man. We're like, what I'm trying to say with the story of Saros is the one aspect, Nicodemus, that I do agree, like, this is too agenda driven, dude. Like, this is too much, Sony. Like, you need to stop. Not because I mean, are there bigots? Are there homophobes? Yes. But because it's like, you're on the opposite end of the spectrum where you're being way too extreme, where you're going way too far out there. And that aspect is the fact that it's that when Arjun's wife left him, she left him for a woman. And yes, it's a black woman. And, you know, not that that's really that relevant, but it's like, and you check like, of course, like, to me, that's where it's like, and you took it too far. I'm not saying this isn't real. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. Things like that do happen, and they are real in real life. There are women that leave straight men and become gay, become lesbians, yes. What makes it so painfully, like, just cringe is like, dude, you are literally, at this point, it feels like there is a mandate, a literal corporate mandate from Sony HQ that every first-party PlayStation game has to have some lesbian slant to it, some feminist lesbian slant to it, even if it doesn't call for it. And that's my problem with this, is like, this didn't call for that. That's why you did this, because you're trying to appease a certain group of people. Even though every PlayStation studio already has done that, there's no reason to oversaturate it to a point where you're like, now people are going to look at it like this is getting a little weird. And it is, because it's like, dude, she was with a man and she didn't leave him. As in the story, there's no aspect of the story that implies or insinuates she was sexually unsatisfied. And the reason for that is because she's actually secretly a lesbian, and she just realized that. Unless I'm missing something. The whole idea is Arjun is obsessed with, he has like these super toxic traits where he cheated and he almost got caught. So he actually like murdered his best friend who was going to tell his wife that he cheated. And in order to stop him, he murdered him and like got away with it and made it look like it was an accident. And his whole thing is like, he deserves, you know, to be with this woman. And, you know, like, basically the things he has done is justified. And to me, that's not trying to say men are bad. You know, like, I'm saying that because, and maybe this is just, you know, my own personal experience. It's like, dude, I've known numerous people, some in my family, that dude, I feel like I'm watching their story unfold in front. Now, granted, the murder part, to me, that's for dramatic effect. Like, that's really extreme. But no, dude, like, there are men that are completely like this, where they're doing their thing and they're causing damage. And it's always, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'm actually not a bad person. And they keep doing the same thing again. And sometimes it gets worse and worse. This, to me, the story is actually highlighting something that's real in the real world. Where it gets loony to me, not loony, but it's like, okay, and now you're kind of making it weird, is like when she leaves him, you know, she decides that actually I'm a lesbian. And I just feel like it's like, really? Like, I feel like the story would have been it would have flowed so much smoother if you didn't do that part. Not because I'm homophobic, but because it's like, why? Because it feels like you've beat me over the head, Sony. I'll end it in just a moment, but it's like, you've beat me over the head where it's like, I get it. Every Sony game has to have a lesbian slant to it now. Can we please stop? Because we don't need every game to have a lesbian slant to it, just like we don't need every single game to have a fucking macho man who's getting all the babes. We don't need it to be all one way. However, and this is the final thing I'm going to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say. So it's like, MBG, did you enjoy the story or not? I actually did, and here's why. Because in my perspective, when you're playing through the secret ending of Saros, the true ending, he's seeking redemption. But in a way that actually is realistic. Where you're not going to be the hero after the things you did. You're not suddenly going to be the good guy. And you're not going to get off scot-free. So the secret, the ultimate ending is basically, there's like this conversation that happens with him and his wife, and she's just like, you shouldn't have done this and you shouldn't have pursued me like this. And he's like, I didn't want it to be this way. I didn't mean for it to be this way. And I'm sorry. And it's like, she's like telling him, like, you have to move on. Like, this is over and you need to move on. You have your whole life in front of you. A new day is in front of you. It's up to you what you want to do with it now. And what's interesting is the very last scene. I almost got completely bamboozled by the very last scene of Saros. The very last scene is him standing there on the beach. He takes off, he takes off the medallion. The medallion is a representation of his obsession with making, pursuing his ex-wife that just like she does. It's over with, she's out of his life. And he throws it into the ocean. And that's the symbolism of him finally letting it go. But the very last scene is he's standing on the beach and it's like kind of zooming in. And suddenly you start seeing like red and blue flashing lights that look like police lights. And, like the last thing she, I think, said to him was like, you have a whole new day in front of you. It's yours to do what you want with it. It'll be interesting to see what you do. And I was very confused for a second because I'm like, wait, what? But then I realized, like, the idea is he did the right thing. That's why I'm not mad at this game. That's why I'm like, this is actually, other than the weird fact that they had to make her a lesbian, like that, again, that's totally unnecessary. This isn't actually bad. Like, he did the right thing. He confessed. He confessed to what he did and that he did murder his friend. And, and for somebody who does something like that, like, the only way you can maybe even attempt to right that wrong, I mean, it's so extreme, you probably can't right it, but it's like the least you can do is turn yourself in and pay for your crime, where he finally realizes that, like, he doesn't deserve a good life. You don't deserve a good life. You don't deserve leniency. You've done terrible things. One of which is like one of the worst things you can do. You deserve to be probably punished, you know? And that's the whole point of it is it's, and it saddens me that people will look at that and they're like, they're just trying to say men deserve to be punished and men are bad. It's like, no, dude, like, guess what? Reality check. There are absolutely millions of men walking the planet, and women for that matter, that it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You know? But if anything, that's the redeeming quality of this person, of this character Arjun, is it's like he actually realizes, wait, I am wrong. And I can't undo what I did, so I need to pay for what I did. And yeah, man, it's like that to me is a pretty good story. Now, and I know I'm being very long-winded about it, but it's because it's just on the tip of my mind because I just completed it, and I fucking should have. I'm probably gonna have to put in a title like Saros Spoiler Talk, but the only other thing I want to say is like somebody might say, well, like, would they ever do that with a female? Would Sony ever allow a female to be the villain? And it's like, dude, The Last of Us Part 2. Ellie's not the good guy in that game. Neither is Abby, but it's like, yeah, no, she fucking lost and did heinous things. And if, you know, that's kind of a little bit different because it's like, oh, they ruined I liked Ellie as a character. They ruined her. It's a little bit different, but it's like, yeah, dude, it is very disheartening to see, you know, it's just so disheartening to me to see that like there's actually a pretty good story here that is interesting, and it's a flawed character story, just like Celine's character. Like the whole thing about, and Celine, yeah, exactly. Celine was a woman. Exactly, Smurf. Celine was a woman. Celine was a woman, and it was like this woman is a terrible mother, or like really like not a good parent and not really being a good person, and they've made a huge grave mistake. She was like, but she was a cool character because she had qualities to her that like she can't be that bad, right? Because in the whole thing is in her own mind, she's like trying to figure it out, like what is the problem, what happened, and come to terms with it, and you know, having to come to terms with like, yeah, you kind of fucked up, you know. And I actually think Saros is also just as interesting because I love, dude, like, again, I'm not trying to overglaze the game, but it's like I love the fact that for most of this game, it tricks you into thinking like you are the good guy. Because you're only seeing it from his perspective, where it's like, I gotta rescue Nitya, they don't say that she's your wife. It's heavily implied that you have a relationship with her. And your whole obsession is, I gotta save her, and you'll do whatever it takes. And you'll defeat anybody that gets in your way. You will not stop. You know, you'll do whatever it takes. And it's like, dude, you're actually playing like, You're actually like, this guy is not a hero. He's actually totally obsessed and is like ruining his own life and people's lives around him. And he doesn't see that. I don't know. I really liked it, man. I gotta say, I'm very, 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 and final thing. I'm very glad that I did not let, you know, I think they were overreactions of, sorry, my eyelashes are falling out for some reason. I'm glad I didn't let a lot of the overreactions that I saw on the internet of the way people were talking about Saros and the story determine whether or not I was actually going to buy it, support it, and see it through to the end and thoroughly play it, because I am just in complete, again, outside of the whole they made his wife a lesbian thing. Yeah, again, that is weird. Herman, come on, bro. What are we doing? But it's like, that didn't ruin it for me. That didn't make me go, I hate this. This whole thing is ruined. It made me raise an eyebrow and be like, really, bro? Like it took me out of it a little bit. But so the game is a diabolical bait and switch. You're basically an obsessive dude who's trying to make sure a woman who spurned you doesn't get away. Well, no, like but the point is, it is a bait and switch, but so was Returnal. So like people should have kind of known that. But the whole thing is like the reasons why, like you find out he's kind of the bad guy here, but the reasons why actually line up and make sense. And it does have a commentary. I'll say this too, just to make sure there's as much context as possible. There's a commentary on this, and this is, listen to me. Listen, like, I know it's different for everybody, and I'm only speaking for myself, but I know that this is a thing for a lot of men, okay? There's a commentary in this game about fathers and sons and how it's not like, the game isn't like, oh, he's like this because his dad was like this. But at some points, it kind of does hint at that. Like it points to like his father was the exact same way. And so it's kind of, there's like this idea that it's kind of a learned behavior and something that's kind of like, this is what I saw, so this is what I do. But the game is trying to show you at the end that like, but there can be a difference here. Like you don't have to follow in your father's footsteps. And there's like the specific scene where she says to him, like, you really are like your father. And he gets like really pissed off and is like, don't ever tell me I'm like my father again. But it's like, in reality, it's like, but the idea is like, no, you literally are doing the exact same things he did. Because the idea is like, he hated his father. He couldn't stand his father. He had so many problems with his father, but he's basically turned into his father. And he doesn't seem to see that. And I'm like, that's such a, like, I love that because that's real. Like, that's so fucking real. I think people don't even want to acknowledge that. I think people don't even want to acknowledge that, like, a lot of the shit that Housemarque as a studio has touched on with both Returnal and Saros is like, this is real shit, dude. And I don't know, maybe it just speaks to me on a more personal level because there's certain things here that I'm like, yeah, I have like firsthand experience with a lot of this shit. Not all of it, but a fair amount of it. Maybe that's why it hits me the way it does. But I'm like, dude, I loved it. So, I can respect people's decision. I can respect people's decision and not want to play this game. It's their decision, but I can only give my thoughts on it. And I really liked it. MVP Moss, you're saying, where's Nicodoofus talking about Returnal's agenda? He's like, I didn't buy and play Returnal, tough guy. Yeah, Nicodemus. Bro, what's crazy is you probably would like Returnal better. You probably would like Returnal better. But yeah, I don't know, man. Teach their own, right? Teach their own. I mean, I honestly think, last thing I'll say, a final word for now. If this game had a just very basic story where it's like, no, literally you're on another planet. Literally you're fighting aliens. Literally what they're presenting to you, it is what it is. Like there is no bait and switch. I still would have enjoyed it. I would have still enjoyed it a lot. But I actually do appreciate this kind of layer that they've added to it. Where I'm like, oh, nothing is quite what it seems. I like that. I don't know. I always kind of like that. It's a dangerous game though. I get it. It's a dangerous game. I'm not saying I don't understand why people would be frustrated where it's like, oh, this isn't what I thought it was. I get it. But I appreciate that you appreciate my opinion. It was just unnecessary, and on Sony if it ends up killing Housemarque. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that the story being any different would have helped with sales, to be frank. I don't think it would have helped very much. Oh, I did miss a direct donation, by the way. I'm sorry. Moonshot, I apologize, bro. Why didn't I hear that go off? Moonshot dropped a direct donation from 23 minutes ago, and I feel really bad. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. And he says, MBG Saros is damn fun. Super addicted to the gameplay right now. I'm utilizing the Edge controller back buttons for it. It feels great, hoping it sells. Yeah, I don't know how it's ultimately going to sell, but I'm in agreement. Like, it's a fun ass game, dude. It's a fun ass game. The gameplay does get really addicting. But I hope Housemarque's safe. They should be safe, dude. I would be fucking pretty devastated if they... I mean, that's kind of the question, right? Dillo, you're saying it's not going to sell. I mean, is there a chance it could pick up sales later on? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how Housemarque could go more mainstream. I don't know how they could or what they would do. Because this is just the type of gameplay they do, you know? But we'll see. Hopefully they'll stick around. I'll be very upset with Sony if they decide to shutter them or something. Yeah, MVP Moss. You got to drop a $20 super chat and really go at Nicodemus. I love how Nicodemus is trying to make it work for me. I'm not opposed to it. You know, keep it as civil as possible. But Returnal made its money back when it was on sale for $30. Maybe Saros will get a price drop sooner rather than later, and maybe that'll help it. You know, even the Days Gone writer said he had darker stuff in it, but decided not to include it. Interesting. Well, to be honest, I didn't mean to. I mean, I basically just did my Saros spoiler cast, or like a portion of it. So I don't know if there's going to be a need to do a dedicated one at this point. I feel bad. I can't help it. It's just the nature of how I flow with these streams a lot of times. But let me see here. All right. Is the Xbox One trending? All right. I guess we could just chat for a little while. I don't know how much. You know, I want to react to that video, actually. That's what I want to do now. I almost forgot about that. You guys might be interested in this. I haven't watched this video. I don't know if I'm going to agree or disagree. Okay? Let me... Hold on. It's giving me problems. Sorry, guys. Just give me a second here. I don't know why it's not letting me bring this up. All right. So the title of this video is the feminization of PlayStation. Okay? Now, I want to react to this because I feel like this is from a YouTuber I've never heard of, but ODYC. I want to cover this, or I want to react to this because I feel like this is a topic we have discussed numerous times. Oh, yeah. No way, MVP Moss. He drops a $20 super chat. Uh-oh. Who should I be thanking? Should I be thanking MVP Moss? No, I did give a warning, Josh. I did. I'm sorry, bro. Dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my bad, man. I don't know. Maybe I fucked up. Damn. Now I feel upset. It's not true. I made it all up. I was just kidding. It's not true. I'm sorry, Josh. I mean, I did. Yeah, I can't blame you. I can't defend that. I can't defend that because I guess if you came in after I gave the warning, you wouldn't know. That's my fault, dude. See what happens when I get too passionate? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I've committed a sin. I'll you know what? I'll make sure not to do that again. I'll make sure that the next time I'm talking about any single player story game, if it's not in the title and the thumbnail, I will not talk spoilers. So I really got to get better with that. Goddamn. MVP Moss, he dropped a $20 super chat. He says, LOL, Nick, you got no opinions for yourself. You didn't come to the conclusion about Saros on your own. You had to wait for a video to tell you how to feel. I have no issue supporting MBG. He's the man with his actual opinions. Oh, Nicodemus. Respect to both. I respect Nicodemus because he, like, you know, he made it work for me. And I respect MVP Moss because he's like, yo, MBG, I got you, bro. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Keep it cordial. Keep it cordial. Oh, here we go. Nicodemus again with talking about the steak with the turd in the middle. Okay. Cut around it, Nicodemus. Cut around it. No, Josh, it's not your fault, dude. It's all good. I shouldn't be doing that. I really should. I shouldn't be like, okay, guys, I'm 3 hours in my stream. I'm now going to do a spoiler cast without it being in my title or my thumbnail or anywhere. Because, yeah, the nature of streams is people come in midstream and at different times. So it's not your fault. I need to get better with that. But let's check this video out. I don't know if I'm going to agree or disagree with it. Let's dive into it. And I have not watched it yet, so it was just recommended to me. Yeah, Devil Shooter, if you're hearing this, it's a little bit late. I'm sure he'll know. He'll know to put spoilers. Let me just bring my chat up. All right. So, again, the title of this video is called The Feminization of PlayStation. I just need to see if there's going to be any echo or not. Let me double check.
Get the elephant in the room out of the way. We don't like female leads in our games, right?
Wait, hold on. Oh shit.
Bro.
Hold on. Wait, I'm going to have to rewind that. What? Wait, what did he just say? Hold up. Did I hear that wrong? I definitely had to have heard that wrong.
Let's just get the elephant in the room out of the way. We don't like female leads in our games, right? Wrong. Obviously, fuck. No gamer actually hates female leads, despite what people on Twitter think. People have loved characters like Samus and Chun-Li. Dude, people have been keen on raiding Lara's tombs for years. I mean, raiding tombs with Lara. That's what I meant. The gender of the protagonist isn't a new debate. It's one that we should have well and truly moved on from by now, but if that's the case, why the hell does this current atmosphere feel so toxic? And why is PlayStation of all brands the first in line to castrate their entire legacy? And I'm not talking about just adding some new characters, obviously. It feels like a very intentional pivot. What we're seeing today is the feminization of the PlayStation IP. It's a process that involves completely removing the power fantasy that has been the driving force for video games and movies for the last 20 years. And it's labeling traditional masculinity as something to be corrected or healed, all while forcing a migration of lead roles to capture an entirely new demographic. It sucks, but it's a conversation that needs to be had. So let's not fuck around, because I want to have a look at the business of the 41%.
Well, hold on 1 second. I do have to say one thing. So I picked up on, he said, he's not wrong. Is that British MBG with there? He's not wrong that there's definitely been a feminization of PlayStation. That's true. That's undeniable. You cannot deny that. He did say, though, that it's coming at kind of the expense of treating the more traditional masculinity that has been known to be present in games as something that needs to be fixed or corrected. I'm curious to see what goes on there, because I don't know that I fully agree with that. That might be where my big disagreement comes in, but I'm early in the video, so I have no idea what he says.
The influence of DEI mandates, and what happens to a brand when it trades its core audience, the one that has made them successful to begin with, for one that historically just doesn't exist. Okay, so what's actually going on? Why the fuss? Over the last few years, Sony has been quietly executing a massive roster swap. The traditional male lead is being old yellowed in favor of a female counterpart. Let's look at the flagships, alright? Horizon Zero Dawn established Aloy as the new face of the entire PlayStation brand. When Insomniac brought back Ratchet & Clank for the PS5, Ratchet was essentially forced to share the spotlight, if not outright sidelined in his own franchise to make room for Rivet. And now the highly successful, critically acclaimed Ghost of Tsushima has discarded Jim to pass the mask to Atsu.
Morning, Dwight. Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Jim. We've been working together for 12 years. Weird joke, Dwight.
You're not Jim.
These are just a
Okay, all right. That's pretty funny. You got me with that one. Well, I mean, so far, yeah, I am in agreement. You know, I'll say just for a moment, you know, he pointed to Jin Sakai being replaced with Atsu, and I've played both games now, and I've had time to let it marinate and just sit with it. And I mean, I've talked to you guys, and I'm in 100%. Like, I think Ghost of Tsushima and Jin's story and even character was better than Ghost of Yotei. I don't think Ghost of Yotei was a bad game. I just think if you compare Ghost of Yotei directly to Tsushima, it's like, I'll put it to you this way. If you were to ask me, MBG, now that you've played Tsushima and you've played Ghost of Yotei, would you have preferred a continuation with Jin Sakai, like a Ghost of Tsushima 2 or something along those lines, over Yotei? I would say yes, absolutely. 100%. I don't think Ghost of Yotei, like, there were people who fucking decimated Ghost of Yotei. They talk about Ghost of Yotei like, again, it's like the worst piece of shit ever made. Atsu is the worst character ever created. It's not that serious. It's actually kind of sad in that, like, no, it's a fantastic playing game that maintains almost all the things that Ghost of Tsushima got right gameplay wise and adds to them in some ways. Story, character wise, big step back from what they did with Jin and Tsushima. For sure. Like, for sure. So yeah, it's like, I would have preferred to actually see a story where Jin is maybe being pursued or something. Like, he was wanted after that game. A continuation of that. And they hinted, funnily enough, they hinted at that in Yotei, like how he lived his life later on. And I'm like, that's fucking cool. But you know, I don't, the thing about that is I don't know how much of that has to do with, yeah, you know what made Ghost of Yotei bad is she was a woman. I don't think that's the problem. But I do think that if you ask the question, and here's a question that is worth asking, if, you know, let's just be real about it. I'm not looking to hate on Sony, I'm just asking questions. It's like, did you purposely choose to move on from Jin so you could now introduce a female character, when in reality, it's like the more obvious play was you make a sequel starring Jin. You even kind of teased like what was next for him at the end. He's on the run now. He's wanted by the Shogun. You know, like, I think that's a fair question to ask. And when you look at the wider point. You know, from like a bird's eye view of like, what is this video trying to say? This video is it's questioning, like, you know, has PlayStation been totally feminized? I mean, that's the thing, is it's like, Sucker Punch would probably say, no, we were done. And they did say this, I think. They were like, we're done with Jin's story. We just want to do a new story with a new character. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, it does look kind of suspicious or suspect, I suppose, when it's like every franchise is now doing this. He mentioned Ratchet and Clank, by the way. I don't really think of that one too much, but yeah, come to think of it, man, maybe that was unnecessary too, like to add Rivet. I didn't really think about that too much. Where it's like, yeah, half of that game is like, now it's like we got female Ratchet for females. It's like you could just do, you know, it's I don't know. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I didn't really think that was a problem in Ratchet and Clank, but but that was back in 2021. Now we're looking back at it after seeing everything PlayStation has done, and it's like, I don't know, man. He needs a girlfriend. Yeah, true. You think it's shifting back to more neutral? Batman won't be kissing Robin. Oh, fuck, man. All right, let's continue on here.
A few, but the replacement is undeniable. But simply swapping genders isn't the part that has people upset. The friction comes from what PlayStation is doing to the men that are left. There is a studio-wide drive not to just replace masculine characters, but to actively suppress, deconstruct, and outright villainize them. Okay, let's look at one example. Joel Miller, and no, I'm not talking...
All right, hold on. I really don't know about this. Like, I really don't know. I mean, well, let me see what he says about Joel.
Talking about the anxiety-ridden Pascal. I'm talking about Joel fucking Miller.
That's all right. I believe in it.
No, wait!
This dude is the ultimate archetype of the traditional masculine protector. The dude is a fucking demon. Or, well, he was in the PS3 era. By the time the PS4 rolled around, The Last of Us Part 2 framed that exact protective stoicism as an apocalyptic sin. The narrative demanded that he be made an example of. Brutally Joel in one to make way for a female-driven revenge cycle. But let's be honest, if we're judging these characters by their body counts or their moral failings, the hypocrisy here is fucking mind-boggling. Everything Joel did to protect his own, you could equally say that Ellie and Abby did 10 times over.
All right, hold on. Like, is that how, like, is that where we are? He's saying that Joel was treated like the villain. Now, granted, I've encountered people on the internet that are like, Joel was a bad guy. Like, well, yeah. Like, obviously, like, he had good parts to him, but even he talked about, you know, the shit he did. He wasn't a good guy, you know? He was a survivor. He did what he had to do. And sometimes he had to be a fucking, like, yeah, I'm beating you over the head with this pipe, bro. Sorry. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying PlayStation's for the ladies, Xbox for the bro dudes, Nintendo for the kids. Hey, what are you trying to say, Cheese and Chainsaws? Because, well, here's the thing. The way he's framing this, I mean, he's saying that, like, they needed to make an example of Joel, make him clearly the bad guy. And they needed to do that and make him like a weak dude that just gets beat over the head with a golf club to facilitate the actual story of now we want a revenge plot with two women. And then he points out, he says, but like if you look at the body counts of Ellie and Abby and what they do, they're just as bad as Joel. I think that's kind of the point, though. As somebody who didn't enjoy the story and the direction that The Last of Us 2 went in, like, that's the point. That's the point. You know? Like, Joel made decisions and behaved and did what he had to do to survive and killed a lot of fucking people. And his past came back to haunt him and it caught up with him. If you look at the ending of The Last of Us Part 2, the same thing happens to Abby and Ellie. Abby is like captured because she just wouldn't let it go and she kept going, you know, and she well, I don't even know that she wouldn't let it go, but like, you know, she got hers in a sense where she got captured and strung up and starved practically, you know, left to die. And then by the end, Ellie, you know, sure, she's still okay, but she's completely broken mentally and psychologically. It's like, did you win? You didn't win. Everybody, the point of The Last of Us, like, see, this is just where it's like, I feel like this argument that if you're going to talk about the feminization of PlayStation, I don't know that this is the argument you want to make because this doesn't hold up. I don't agree with that, Big Noids. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. You're saying Joel's whole mannerisms in the second game were different to the first. He was pussified. I remember this argument, and I kind of agreed at the time. But the more I sat with The Last of Us Part 2, I realized, like, dude, Joel was a different person in the second game. The person Joel was is the person he always wanted to be. And that's why I try to tell people, like, dude, Joel, they didn't make him the bad guy in The Last of Us Part 2. No, I'm serious. Like, maybe it took me a long time to come. I know, right? Jeez, it's crazy. But it took me a long time to realize this. Like, if you think about it, like, they actually made him the good guy. And maybe that it, like, I understand that it comes off as like they pussified him. It's like, yeah, but that's who he wanted to be, dude. Like, look at who he was before he had to be the survivor. He was just a working guy with a daughter. He was trying to be a family guy, basically. And when you know, like, if you imagine Joel was living the last 4 or 5 years basically in a town with his daughter, you know, with they didn't have the greatest relationship, but, you know, it's like, yeah, man, they're having like they're just living normal lives. And the worst that they have to deal with is like go out there sometimes on patrols and deal with some infected. And I guess I'm just saying, like, the idea that Joel would sink back into who he really always wanted to be. You know, why? Like, because think about it. Think about it like this. Why did Joel do what he did? You know? It's just testosterone was dry at that age. No, but think about it. Like, why did Joel commit that crazy act of like mass murder to save Ellie? It's so he could live that life. That's what he killed for. That's what he fought for. The older version of Joel that they showed or that they talked about were like when he was with the what were they called? He was with that group of people that like just murdered and stole from people. That was Joel just looking to survive and didn't give a shit. The Joel we see in The Last of Us 1 is a Joel that finds a purpose again and realizes like there can be another way, but he has to fight brutally. You know, he has to go to great lengths to make that happen. So it makes sense to me that in The Last of Us Part 2, he's finally made it. You know, he gets to live those 4 years, but that's the thing is it's like, dude, you had your 4 or 5 years and now you're faced with, you know, and that's the thing too. Like I try to tell people, and this is where I realize this as well, is like, if you think about it, what was Joel doing before he died in The Last of Us Part 2? He was trying to save somebody. A woman. He was trying to save somebody. And he did. He saved Abby's life. And that's why I'm saying, like, it took me a long time to realize this, but like, and I still don't, this isn't the story I wanted. At the end of the day, I'll never look at The Last of Us Part 2 and be like, that's what I wanted. This is great. It's not the story I wanted. I didn't want Joel to die like that. I didn't want to see a fucking crazy revenge story with Ellie and Abby. That's not what I wanted. But I understand that, like, the whole point of this exercise is Joel was bad, had to do crazy things to get the life that he wanted. He did it. He got the life he wanted, but it caught up with him, and he had to pay his tab, you know? And Abby, you know, the dude that she fucking was lusting for revenge for saved her fucking life, and she said, well, fuck you anyway. And then she ended up paying for that. And then Ellie was like, no, that was my surrogate dad. You know, that was my dad. Now I'm going to ruin your life. And then she pays for that too. You know, it is the ultimate. I think the reason for the misunderstanding, and again, I felt like this for a long time too, is like, man, this kind of sucks. And that's the thing, it's like, man, this is just brutal, unrelenting, and everybody gets fucked. And it's like, yeah, dude, there are no happy endings here. There are no good endings. Nobody wins. Everybody loses. Did you have fun? Like, no, I didn't. I didn't have fun. Joel said himself, bro, it's luck. And your luck's going to run out, you know? He said that himself. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if that's a direct quote, but yeah, I don't know, man. Joel to me is still the GOAT though, man. He's still the GOAT. Like, I love Joel as a character, even in the second game, dude. Like, I love the more I think about Joel as a character, I actually love the fact that, like, when he finally made it to Tommy's town and like he could finally integrate and just be fucking, like, now's your chance to be normal, bro, and just be a dad. And that's what he wanted to do. I'm like, that's, like, I respect that. That's cool. Like, to me, that's a cool character arc. But, you know, I still would have liked to see another, you know, like, if it was my way, The Last of Us part 2 would have been like fucking Ellie gets captured or some shit, and then Joel's got to go out there, he saves her, they roll together for a little bit, but then something happens to Joel, and then Ellie saves him, and then they roll together again for the finale in the final act, but then Joel has to sacrifice himself to save Ellie in the end, ultimately. Somehow, some way. That's what I would have done. Because to me, that's like, fuck yeah, bro. Like, that's The Last of Us to me. Joel and Ellie fighting for shit, you know, surviving and sacrifice. Yeah, basically the first game. Just the first game, just a couple things jumbled up, different order. But you know, that's me. And I'm not Neil Druckmann, so. The existence of The Last of Us 2 story is due to Naughty Dog taking Ludo narrative dissonance too seriously. The surgeon was a whatever NPC in The Last of Us 1, but now see him as changing the whole course of the story. Not. Yeah, that, I will admit, like, that's, like, the fact that they had to go to that length, though. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you could light that guy on fire with a flamethrower. And it's like, you know, who gives a fuck? The Ludo narrative dissonance, bro. All right, let's continue. I talked too long about The Last of Us again. I talked too long about it.
They tortured, killed, and burned down everything in their path for personal vendettas. It's just their time of the month. Am I right, boys? But notice how the game frames it. When Ellie or Abby commit these acts, the game treats it as a tragic exploration of grief or a complex journey of redemption. But when Joel does it,
No, that's not true. That's not true. I just got to ask, like, did you not play The Last of Us 1? That's the whole point of Joel's arc in The Last of Us 1. That's the whole point. You see the trauma of his daughter getting shot and what that did to him. I don't know. I think this is a little bit of I think this is a stretch. Also, why did I pause it on this?
It's framed as a toxic, masculine instinct that has fucked the world, and the rules just aren't the same. The violence is only a problem when it's being used to fuel a traditional male power fantasy. If a female is doing it... Oh my god! Wow!
Alright, bro. I have to admit, the fucking editing is getting me. That's some funny shit. I mean, as much as I'm laughing, I disagree. I disagree, bro. This is not true. This is not true. This is not true. It's not true. Ellie and Abby paid the price, just like Joel. That's funny though. I'm not defending it, by the way. Like, I'm not trying to come off as a Last of Us 2 defender, because I'm not. It's just the point that is trying to be made here of like, this is like, we're looking at the feminization of PlayStation and the demasculinization of male characters in PlayStation. Joel was not demasculated, or they didn't castrate Joel, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. They didn't do that. If anything, they made him even more of a respectable man in that, like, look at that. See, he's not a fucking true piece of shit. He just wants to be a good dad. And I'm like, that's manly. That's manly shit. That's the good shit. Isn't he talking about as seen as the greater good if a female character does it? Well, I mean, I'll see what other examples he gives. The example he's giving, he literally told Abby to do it. Exactly. He knew. He wasn't stupid. He's like, I fucking knew this day was coming. I activated your PlayStation. What? Well, okay, that's crazy, some dude. I mean, in the case of The Last of Us 2, I'll see what other examples he gives. In the case of The Last of Us 2, no. I don't think it was seen as a greater good for Abby and Ellie, because you see the consequences for both of them before the end of the game. I'll see what other games he brings up, though. I'm sure it's not just going to be about The Last of Us.
I know people are going to flare up about this. They're going to say, oh, it's the pointless cycle of revenge, or you just don't understand the story. But look at the asymmetrical empathy going on here. The game spends 10 hours carefully fixing Abby, giving her these moments. Oh, look, she saves the little zebra. Oh,
I do agree. Like, well, all right. So I want to say this. He's not wrong. See, I think what's going wrong here is, I think he's right about the stretches they had to take to make you empathize and sympathize with Abby. But I don't think that was in the name of feminism. To be clear, I do not think that was in the name of feminism. I think that was in the name of, we want to make this a main character, and we have a very specific story we want to tell, and the only way we can succeed at doing that is we have to make you care about this character. Did I miss a super chat? Oh, I'm sorry, Cheese. Hold on. Oh, yeah, for some reason my chat froze. What the hell? Saying, nah, The Last of Us 2 is about queens getting shit done. Hell yeah, bro. Can't wait for Last of Us 3. Broken queens still getting shit done. Next up on the docket. I'm just saying, like, I agree with him 50%. He's pointing out some of the problems with the story of The Last of Us and how far it has to go to just try to get over the hump of, like, see, we're trying to see what we're showing you. Like, yeah, I get it. But again, I don't think this feeds into the narrative of the feminization of PlayStation. I'm actually really curious what he says beyond The Last of Us. But I think, if anything, what he's really doing, if you think about it, he's highlighting that there are some problems with the story of The Last of Us 2, writing-wise, narrative-wise, pacing-wise.
Isn't she such a good person? Oh. And these redemption arcs just aren't given to Joel in the sequel. Joel is killed before he can even speak for himself. His legacy reduced to a bloody pulp from a situation he never would have found himself in the first game. The cycle of violence isn't on equal footing here. And of course you've got the flashbacks, but I would say that...
No. Like, all right. See, I'm going to go back for just a second here. This right here. This is the redemption of Joel. See, I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like maybe, yeah, some people, Like, this is the redemption of Joel, dude. Him doing all these things. Like, him becoming a more, like, you're seeing the different side to him. Joel didn't just kill people. He ate them too. There ain't no coming back from that. You know what? Yeah. Bring out the golf club. I'm just saying, like, I think he's missing. I'm not saying he doesn't understand the story, but I think he's missing the forest for the trees here, in that showing Joel writing playing a song on guitar for Ellie, showing Joel sitting down on the porch of his home, enjoying coffee and, you know, trying to mend his relationship with Ellie and, you know, wanting to be part of her life and wanting to be part of a community and a town. That's not weakness. That's not, they're pussifying him. No, that is masculinity. Like, that's positive masculinity. I don't think people understand that. Joel not being able to fight for himself during his death, and the death being as brutal as it was, like, yeah, that's the shock factor. That's the, oh my fucking God, I can't believe they just did this to one of my favorite characters. I agree with, like, that's just like, holy shit. But in reality, like, they made Ellie the bad guy. And Abby. Like, they made both of them the bad guy. Like, Abby becomes Joel, dude. That's the fucking, like, that's the biggest irony of all, that, you know, I hated playing as Abby, and I still do. I fucking hate her sections of the game. I'm like, who is this character? Why am I playing as this character? Come on, man. Like, what the fuck happened? That's how I feel when I try to play The Last of Us Part 2. But the reality is, like, yes, Abby becomes Joel. She becomes the very fucking thing that she despised and therefore understood it in the end. Like by the end of it, Abby clearly understood why Joel did what he did, because she realized she would do the same thing for Lev now. You know? And if anything, Joel, look, bro, hot take, The Last of Us Part 2 is the greatest vindication of Joel's, if anything, and I don't know if people know this, like, I think Neil Druckmann straight up confirmed it, like, Joel was right. Joel was right. Like, that whole conversation at the end of The Last of Us Part 1, like, did he do the right thing? Yes, he did. Because that's the point. That's the point. The lengths, not just a father, but, like, a parent would go to. It's just, what do you do in the name of love? How far are you willing to go to save somebody? Even if they don't want to fucking be saved. You know? Like, I don't know. I wasn't expecting him to talk about The Last of Us. Yo, Masochist Mode, you recommended this to me. You set me up, bro.
Joel is killed before he can even speak for himself. His legacy reduced to a bloody pulp from a situation he never would have found himself in the first game. The cycle of violence isn't on equal footing here. And of course you've got the flashbacks, but I would say that those were used more in a way to emphasize Ellie's grief than they were to humanize Joel. It's just a lazy way for developers to bury a legacy male character so a new pedestal can be built for his female replacement. In the modern PlayStation era, masculinity is a cycle that needs to be broken, and femininity is the only thing permitted to break it. The conversation around The Last of Us 2 is eternal, so let me look at another example. The God of War himself, Kratos. If Aloy is the current face of PlayStation, I would have to say that Kratos would probably be a close second. But what's wrong with Kratos? Well, the Norse saga is often looked at as a more mature evolution of the character. And from a pure storytelling perspective, they are fucking good games, and I really like them. But let's look at the mechanics of how they evolved him, right? Yeah, he's got a bit of grey in his beard, but they also made his core identity, his rage, his aggression, his absolute dominance, something to be ashamed of. The Norse saga kind of just feels like he's walking around giving an apology for the previous games, and you've got other characters there giving him lectures about emotional intelligence.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make it through this video, guys. I'm going to be honest. Like, that's not... Oh, boy. I'm surprised. This is not the direction I thought this video was going in. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how many views it has. 17K. Oh, okay. 17K. And it's no, like, look, I didn't realize this is a really small YouTuber. It's no offense to this guy. Like, this is nothing personal. I don't know who this person is. I was just recommended this video. I'm just going to be honest here in that, like, I disagree that what they did to Kratos was, the thing he was ashamed of is something that is worth being ashamed of. You know, do you get what I'm saying? Like, dude, Kratos, his whole, like, the big misunderstanding that a lot of people have with Kratos is that he actually was a pretty deep character, even in the original games. Like, he had a family, he had a wife and a daughter, and he was tricked by the gods into, like, accidentally murdering them in his rage. And that's the whole point is, even though he went for his revenge and he stopped at nothing to fucking destroy everybody, every god, he was not done until he was done. It doesn't change the fact that his rage, his pursuit of being, like, you know, how does he even become a god in the first place? Because he's about to lose the war and the battle, you know, and he gives his life over. But it's in his fury, in his rage, he kills his own wife and daughter. That's the point. Why, like, it's why do you think that scene in the last, I almost said The Last of Us 2018, in The Last of War, God of 2018, when Atreus gets pissed off and he, like, fucking yells at him, or, like, just, like, being super firm with him, where it's like, you're too angry. You're not in control of your anger and your emotions. And he's trying to teach him, like, your anger can be a tool, but if it's not a tool, it's going to completely control you, and you're going to be out of control, and you're going to make mistakes. You're going to fuck up. That's the point. Like, that's the whole point, is Kratos didn't fuck up by getting revenge. Kratos fucked up because at the core of everything that ruined his life was his obsession with victory and revenge. And that's what ruined his life. And that the whole point of God of War 2018 and Ragnarok is to kind of watch him eventually come to the realization that, like, he is more than that. He's always been more than that. And that there's just no denying that is what that's all his life was, you know? And he basically has a chance to do it again and do it differently and do it better. And I'm not going to lie, man. Like, one of the biggest disconnects I have with not just PlayStation community, but God of War fans is, like, people who think like, Kratos in 2018 and Ragnarok is, like, a bad version of Kratos. I'm like, are you fucking nuts? Like, I get he's older and they insinuate he's, like, a little bit weaker and whatever, but it's like, bro, he is, to me, Kratos in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok is the epitome. That is positive masculinity. That is good masculinity. Know when to get pissed off. Know when to fucking get up and knock somebody out. Know when not to. Know when to control yourself. Know when to be quiet. Know when to teach, you know, if your son a lesson. Know when to listen. Know when to try to, you know, not get involved. Know when to get involved. Like, I just don't understand how people don't see that shit. Like, this is the most badass version of Kratos. The one who's fucking in control. Where, like, yeah, he will fucking rip you in half if he wants to. I don't know. I still think the opening scene of God of War 2018, it is the best. It couldn't have been written better. Where he's just living his fucking life. Maybe a little bit sad, but, you know, just doing his thing. He's old. He's been alive for like 1,000 years. He's got a son he's looking after. And when the stranger knocks on his door and starts fucking with him, and he's just like, please go away. Like, I don't want this you don't want this. Like, you don't understand. I just want to be left alone. You know? And the guy, you know, Baldur doesn't let up. And then you see fucking Kratos. Then he brings it out. Then he fucking brings it. That's the point, is like, yeah, he's still that. He has that. He's still the God of War. He still has the anger. He still has the rage. And he can still fucking throw you across the goddamn fucking map. But he doesn't want to. Because why would he want to? I don't know. I just, maybe I'm too... Nah, Cheese, I think you're just trolling, bro. I think you're just trolling. I don't agree. Like, I understand that people respect Kratos at his most intense. Like, he is badass. It's like, holy shit, this guy is unrelenting, you know? And there's something to respect about, like, he's not going to stop. You know, he has his core belief of he was wronged and he's going to make it right. And that's respectable too. But I don't know. I just think that this new version of Kratos, to me, it's just so much more realistic, and it's so much more like a respectable version of him, where it's like, dude, I salute that. But teach their own. But I still disagree. I'm inherently disagreeing with this video still, where it's like pointing out what they did to Kratos in an effort to make it sound like what they did to Kratos is in the name of feminization of PlayStation. I completely disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Culmination of love is grief. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it.
The narrative uses Faye to act essentially as his teacher. By the end of Ragnarok, the dude who once leveled Olympus while still squeezing in time to clap cheeks is literally standing there reciting lines about emotional vulnerability.
What is wrong with that? Why does that make people upset? It's called growth. I don't know. Maybe different phases of life. That's all I can figure. Different phases of life, bro. How dare he? How dare he? Oh, man. Tarnished, no, bro, no. Oh, man.
Open your heart.
It's domestication in its purest form. Kratos, the god of feelings. His weapon? A Taylor Swift album and a bottle of wine.
Oh my god. Okay, this can't be real. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. You can't be real. No, dude. Guess Kratos was domesticated from day one. He was a father and married with a wife. All right, whatever. Whatever, bro. Yeah, new Kratos is listening to Taylor Swift with a bottle of wine.
You could see this as fatherhood for sure. And it's definitely a more mature storytelling, but it's undeniably a shift from what he once was.
What was that? What the hell was that? Was that Jesus? Was that Kratos and Jesus meeting? Did we just get a glimpse at the next God of War game?
It's a white petal flower in my garden. Just a handful.
You better work, right?
Dude, you know, it's so funny. Like, dude, that scene where she's like, go pick this flower, and Kratos is just like, you fucking for real? He's like, okay. Oh, man. Kratos is better when he wrestled naked with Greek men. Exactly. That's the best version of Kratos. He's literally labeling masculinity by what a toxic, murdering piece of S does, not masculinity. Oh, man. Well, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see what else.
Fine. Lamb's Chris. I'm a fucking god of war.
And by no means...
Dude, that's so... I've never seen that. That's so funny. Holy shit. That's awesome. They should have kept that line in the game. I'm a fucking god of war.
Do I dislike the game? I love God of War. So let's move on to example 3. Don't worry, this isn't just happening to legacy characters.
I feel like I'm getting trolled. I feel like I'm getting trolled because he ended that by saying, like, I love these games. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, shit. All right.
Because I wanted to have a look at Arjun from Sony's newest game, Saros.
Oh, fuck me.
This is good because we can see the...
Hold on. Oh, God. I was not expecting Saros to be in here. Okay. Spoiler warning. Josh, if you're still here, you gotta go, bro. All right? He's talking about Saros. Everybody prepare yourself.
Formula applied to a blank slate. Arjun was built from the ground up to be a modern, corrected PlayStation lead. In any other story, a protagonist facing cosmic horror and the madness of the Yellow King himself, you'd think it'd be a recipe for masculinity and the raw will to conquer the void. But Saros doesn't want you to feel empowered. Narratively, Arjun's entire arc is a 12-hour therapy session. The game treats his masculine drive to solve the problem or overcome the horror as nothing more than a toxic symptom of the very madness he's fighting. Once you reach the true ending, you realise that Arjun is not a good guy. Reducing his entire arc to an alcoholic stalker whose ex-wife would rather skip planets and fuck a woman than deal with his shit. By the time I saw the credits...
God damn! Now that's real life right there, bro. That's real life, boys. Wake up, men. That's real life. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's just crazy, like, to hear it, like, reduced into, like, 2 sentences.
My eyes were fucking rolling in the back of my head because this trope has just been done to death. A violent, cheating man who...
But, well, I mean, yeah, the trope is done, but I have a question. What trope isn't done to death? Because if you think about it, on the opposite end of that, what a lot of people are asking for, a lot of men are like, we want the more traditional tropes, you know, like the ones that we used to get. And it's like, yeah, you're going to get them too. Trust me. I tried to explain this to people. It's just the pendulum swinging, guys. We're going to go all the way back to the other end where all you're going to get are games of like, holy shit, we're back, baby, you know? But I think there's something to absolutely be appreciated there. But I think there's something to be appreciated here too, where it's like the whole idea of Arjun being like an alcoholic that cheated. I don't know, man. Was this much emphasis put on Returnal for the woman being a bad mother? Yeah, definitely gonna need that spoiler warning.
Who inherited it from his dad. Shocker, I never would have seen it coming. In a once-off situation, these stories absolutely can go hard. The first time I played Braid, I was like, holy fuck. But when you've done it to your entire catalogue, it's no longer storytelling, it's just a copy and paste of the same formula over...
I can agree with that. I will say, I do agree that we are past that point where it's like, Sony has, okay, you've overdone it now. Like, you need to calm down. And I think it's tough because I think all these studios, like, they're making these games for 4, 5, 6 years. And then it's like, when they all release, it's like, oh shit, we all kind of copied each other's homework a little bit here, you know? Not all of them, but a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not finished the video, but I still stand by, to me, the feminization of PlayStation literally comes in the form of female characters. I'll be honest. That's what it like, and that's fine. Like, I mean, it's a bit much, but I guess I'm just saying, I don't know that there's much else we can point to. I'll see what else he has to say, but like, if you say PlayStation has been feminized, I think the only actual thing you can point to back that up, which is a valid thing to point to, but it's like, yes, almost every lead is a female now. And most of the characters are strong female leads. To me, that is the feminization. It doesn't have to go any deeper than that. Where like the balance is kind of off here. You went way too far in a direction here. Let's pull it back a little bit. But the reasons that have been brought up so far, I mostly disagree with.
And over, and it's fucking exhausting. I want to move on to my next point, but before I do, I just want to bring something up because I know people are going to compare. Ghost of Yotei is a revenge story, one that you could equally compare to Jin's journey or even Kratos' original games in a way. But before you tell me this game also portrays those things as bad, I want you to look at the framing. The men that Atsu hunt are almost universally depicted as gross or predatory. This immediately makes the player feel like Atsu's violence is justified. And when the game does correct her, well, they don't tell her that she's bad for being violent. They tell her that they're sorry that she has to be. The correction is a moment of pity, violence because a woman is living in a man's world. Sony hasn't actually moved away from the lone wolf badass.
All right, so I can kind of agree with that. Like, this is why, like, the more I kind of sat on Ghost of Yotei's story, I'm like, wait a second. What? Like, it is, I'm not gonna lie, man, like, I don't think I like the story of Ghost of Yotei, man. Like, I like a lot about Ghost of Yotei. Like, it's a really great game to play, but I will admit, like, the story, there were some really cool moments, but yeah, like, I think he is kind of right about that part he just said, where it's like, it's like the only bad character that gets redemption is it's the woman. And it is true, like, they kind of painted it, well, she just did that because what else was she was just part of the gang. What else was she supposed to do? And I'm like, really? Like, you went from Ghost of Tsushima to this? Like, what? Bro, what are you serious? And they're like, yeah. It's like, all right, well, I don't know. MEG, he's manipulating you by mentioning that doing more of this trope equals feminization of PlayStation. Try to pay attention to the central point. Yeah, I mean, we're doing like drive-bys on games here. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're fucking right, dude. You're right. I actually did forget that. Okay, let me back it up. You're saying that's not true. The spider also gets redemption. That's true. That is true. Okay. All right. You're right. Okay. All right. So it's not, you're right. I'm being manipulated. They're using my lack of good memory against me.
Characters, they just decided that cool and stoic are now female-only traits, while the men are always seemingly relegated to the therapy couch. It's a redistribution of archetypes. Why would a company performing at this level execute a top-down brand-wide switch-up like this? And to answer that, we have to look at the business of the 41%. Okay, so what do I mean by the 41%? Well, in 2021, Sony dropped a slide into their investor presentation that basically shifted their focus for this entire era. It claimed that 41% of PlayStation owners are now women, which is a massive jump from the 18% from the PS1 era. Obviously, the businessmen just start salivating and they want a piece of this action. Sony shifts gears and decides that to capture this new demographic, they have to move away from the outdated bro culture of the PS2 and the PS3. But hang on, let's rewind here for a second because I've got alarm bells going off like fucking crazy for this statistic. So what does Sony actually count as a gamer grill? Well, the ESA defines a gamer as anyone who has played a video game for as little as 1 hour in the last month on any device. 1 hour. That's it. Candy Crush while taking a shit? Gamer girl, apparently. Does your misso have a profile on the PlayStation to watch your Netflix or whatever? We gotta count them too, right? Mothers setting up accounts to buy their kids V-Bucks? Gamer girls. You can say that these women exist all you want. But I worked at a game shop for several years. I can say that that stat wasn't even close to a 10-to-1 ratio. It was more like 100-to-1, if not more. And this doesn't even get into the genres that most women play. According to more studies, women are 38% more likely to own a Switch than a PlayStation, and they dominate 70% of the cozy demographic, while men constantly own over 90% of the shooter action RPG genres. Sony sees that 46% of Switch owners are women playing cozy games, and they decide this is their new target. It's a fucking joke. They're trying to import a demographic that just isn't interested, while completely ignoring the core audience. You don't grow a brand by chasing a ghost and alienating people who have made you successful to begin with. And
I can agree with that. I just want to say, like, this whole point of, like, you don't have to go in this direction because you are trying to cater to people who probably aren't actually interested in what you're doing in the first place. I do agree with that. I've always agreed with that. I've always felt that way, and it's why I feel like, yeah, man, who knows how many women became gamers in 2020 during the pandemic, you know, when most of these games were greenlit. And so, yeah, I mean, there's absolutely truth to here. I do think the stats are skewed. I think that there are a lot of women gamers. Absolutely. There's a ton, but it's like, I don't believe for a second that there aren't, considering what he just mentioned about what they consider a gamer. It's like, bro, once again, you're trying to get people who don't give a fuck about your AAA cinematic game interested in them. Stop chasing that ghost, man.
I think that they know exactly what they're doing. They think you'll just accept it, or at the very least, you'll tolerate it, right? They're banking on the sunk cost. Look, I've got fairly deep roots in this ecosystem. I've got over 300 platinums and a physical collection that is frankly ridiculous.
That's an
to
impressive
Sony,
collection.
I probably look like a locked-in customer. Fuck them. I am more than happy to play on anything else. Brand loyalty is stupid and it means nothing to companies like Sony. And this moves me to my last point. How do they plan on implementing this? Well, this is where firms like Sweet Baby Inc. and other DEI consultants come in. Their job is to modernize the script to ensure it doesn't trigger anyone with mental issues and removing masculine tropes that might offend the 41%.
Put this stuff up to your higher-ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Okay, so this I actually do completely fucking agree with. Where yes, like, I've had these discussions and I'm like, I really hope we're past this where it's like, Sony, you're not dumb enough. And not just Sony, but all these game companies, you're done working with these companies, right? Because they're clearly run by fucking radical people that are actually, it's all about politics, not about games. It's all about the SJW culture, you know? I hope so, because yeah, that clip, that was real. That was from Sweet Baby Inc., I believe. And it's like, this is the type of people you're dealing with. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Terrify them of what? You didn't make you didn't put a black lesbian in your game, so that's a problem? What are you talking about? You sound fucking nuts. You know? The video is misleading. She was being sarcastic. I mean, look, I'm not trying to say that all these people that are involved with these companies are crazies. I'm just saying that they lean towards extremist mentality. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of it is political, where it's like, if you wonder why Sony's studios so willingly work with these companies is, well, think about it. A lot of Sony studios are located in California. California is, you know, they're an extremely liberal state, man. Like, they're totally left-leaning. And all these studios that are there, mostly all the people there are very left-leaning. These companies, these consultancy companies that are establishing themselves probably in the same space, are also extremely left-leaning. So it does kind of inherently become a bit of a political thing here, where this is where the agendas start to, again, it's like, is a consultancy company, like, there's a reason, guys, why, for some reason, There's a reason, for some reason. And the reason I'm going to tell you the reason is because we got the reasons over here. There is a reason why I'm going nuts now. The video game Saros decided there's got to be a black lesbian in this game. And she's got to be integral to the plot of the game. There's a reason for that. And we all know what the reason is. And it's like, this is so ham-fisted, bro. Like, you gotta stop. Not because we're misogynistic, not because we're homophobic, but because you are fucking beating this shit into the dirt. You're making people have the opposite of empathy and sympathy at this point and understanding, and you're just annoying people. Pump the fucking brakes, dude. And, you know, that's what I'm just saying, where it's like, to me, it's not so much feminization, right? In my opinion, it isn't. Because I think the bigger, I've talked about this with games like Spider-Man 2. I've went over this. I've had my time, and I've walked away from it because I'm not trying to be a political channel. I don't want to fucking be a political channel. I'm tired of that shit. But there are times where it's like, yes, unfortunately, PlayStation Studios have been too politically influenced because too much of the games industry has been too politically influenced because, I mean, fuck, man, there's a myriad of reasons, but the fact of the matter is, like, this is why when I say we need to get to a balance, a healthy balance, where it's not obvious that the people making your games are radical Republicans, just like the people who are, you know, on the other side of that, the people who are making your games aren't radical Democrats. We just need people who want to make good fucking video games with good stories and interesting characters that are trying to sell a product and make good money on that product. That's what we fucking need. We need people who understand that and where it's like, let's not force anything. We don't need to force a fucking character that's going to be like Duke Nukem, and we don't need to force a character that's going to be, you know, check off all the fucking boxes of the LGBTQ plus whatever. You don't need to do any of those things. Like, just fucking make shit and just be chill with it, man. You know, like, that's the problem. I think too many, I'll be honest, man. I think too many developers and studios and people who are part of management of these studios, I think they're too influenced by politics. I think that they forget that their job is you got to make a great product that's going to have mass appeal. If not mass appeal, at the very least is going to appeal to your core audience. You know? That's your job. You got to make something that people really fucking like. And it's like, I just think too many of these people, they're too focused on, like, yeah, but what about being politically correct and, you know, and all the movements and stuff? And it's like, no, don't worry about any of that. Worry about making a good game. I don't know. I'm ranting now. Groovin with a super chat says, MBG, I think it's safe to say at this point, Sony is gay. Why are you gay? Sony, why are you gay? No, I mean, they are literally, like, that's the thing though. Like, they literally are, where they've, and it's not that we have a problem with that. Like, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it's like, it's fine if you're gay. Like, you can have gay characters, gay it up. Just don't make that don't make that the absolute focal point of what you're doing all the time. Don't make it so that, like, hey guys, we finally fucking gave Aloy a love interest. It's like, okay, and she's gay. It's like, well, yeah. Absolutely. Of course she is. I mean, it has gotten to a point, like, at what point does Kratos become gay? Because that's why I'm saying, like, they're taking it too far. Where it's like, guys, chill the fuck out, man. Like, it's okay to just have normal, you know, man and woman relationships, bro. That can exist too. You know, stop treating that like that's the weird thing. None of it has to be weird. Nothing has to take precedence over another. You know, it's about a balance. Have a straight couple, have a gay couple. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. I solved your problem. Exactly. It's actually been shown that forcing it doesn't work. It doesn't because it turns people off. Because once people get a whiff, that's the thing. Once they get a whiff of what you're really trying to do, and they have you pegged, then that's when they're like, bro, this is lame. I don't even care what you're trying to tell me. You're lame. And that's the problem. Is it's what I always say. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. You want to get people to be on the side of a badass gay character. You got to just, it's about how you write that character, how you present that character. You know? You just get these people that it feels so much. I'm not going to lie, man. It really does just feel like, yeah, we're just supposed to do this, right? Like are we doing it right? We made it Aloy gay. Are we doing it right? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Aloy's had no interest in men or women for 2 games. And you're like, we're just going to make her want to fuck this Asian woman. Like, what? Why? Why? You didn't have to do that. She doesn't need a love interest. Nobody asked for that. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, I just question the motives with some of this stuff. No, I don't have a problem with LGBT. I don't have a problem with any of that. Rich Rod, God damn it. I don't have a problem with any of that. I just think that people, it's become a weapon in politics. That's the problem. It's become a political weapon. And that is the problem. So my problem isn't with gay people or trans people. Like, be whatever you want to be, man. I don't care. Live and let live. My problem is with people who are very much, they are, how am I supposed to be taken seriously when Rich Rod's doing this shit? They are very much just, it's not even it's about sending a message all the time. And the message isn't, yeah, I'm gay. Clip it. That's not the message. The message, not all the time, but a lot of the times, is like, we need to make sure that you accept all the time that there's a lot of gay people. And you got to completely and utterly accept not just the LGBTQ community, but you got to accept they're going to be all over the place. They're going to be in all your games all the time. Everything. All the time. I'm like, why? I'm not asking, again, I don't expect you to accept white fucking, super masculine dudes all the time across everything. You don't have to do that. That would be weird. And that's what I'm talking about. This is where I talk about it's always the extremism. And that's where the clashing happens. Where people are, the only way they feel like they can correct the problem is by having an overcorrection. An overcorrection is the only thing that can correct the problem. And it's like, wrong. An overcorrection leads to a problem on the opposite end. That's where I feel like we are. Like, the solution, in my opinion, for PlayStation Next Gen is not to make sure you have no gay characters, no black characters, no trans characters, none of that. No, we don't want none of that. You gotta have fucking masculine, bearded, rugged dudes all over the place getting all the bitches all the time. And women have to be sexy all the time, and that's it. Like, no, we don't need that either. That's who wants that all the time? You don't need that. Have a little bit of it, and have a little bit of the other thing. Let it all coexist. All right, guys. All right, that's gonna do it for this video, though. I actually do have to wrap the stream up because my arm is in extreme pain, and I really can't keep this going. I am in pain, bro. Seriously. It's probably why I'm ranting again. All right, guys, thank you for all the jewels. I do appreciate it. I need to get my shit together. I am in so much pain. Guys, that's going to do it for the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it, you know, entertaining at the very least. I was going to say informative, but I'm like, I don't think any of this is informative. But I want to thank you guys for supporting what I do here. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who dropped direct support. If you dropped any jewels, if you dropped any memberships, any super chats, any direct donations, thank you guys. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible. So really appreciate it. I also want to make sure to give a special shout out to, yeah, bro. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter with the timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And I did put a video out earlier. You can go check that out if you want. But that's going to do it. All right, guys. God, I hope this pain subsides. Shout out to Tarnished. Thank you, Tarnished. Appreciate your support. I hope to be back tomorrow. All right. They try to almost kill off Dude Bro. They shouldn't kill off Dude Bro. We need Dude Bro. We need Gay Bro. We need all the bros. Okay? Like, they can all coexist. It's fine. People just need to wake up to that realization. All right, yeah, join the Discord. Ray dropped the Discord in the chat, so feel free to join that. And that's it, guys. All right, I'm out. I will catch you on the next one. Until then, take care, everyone. I'm disabling the jewels, bro.